You're locked into the sound of Criteria Radio, a special Sasumi showcase for the festive season with me, Kreider. I hope you're having fun trying to work out who's behind some of these tracks, and if you need a bit of help, head to 1001tracklist.com. Okay, back into the mix, and seeing as we're not giving away any track titles this week, here's another ID.
You just breathe in deep, you take a moment to see all you had. You just breathe in deep, you take a moment to see all you had.
Your analysis of Palantir PLTLTR stock captures several key aspects of its recent performance and potential future growth. Here's a fact check and additional insights on your points. Stock performance. As of current date, Palantir's stock has indeed shown significant growth year to date. Let's fact check the numbers and statements provided. Stock performance. As of the latest available data, Palantir's stock performance has indeed shown significant volatility. Year-to-date percentage gains can fluctuate based on market movements and should be verified against current market data sources. It's important to check specific figures as they can change daily. Revenue composition. Palantir. As of the latest financial disclosures, Palantir Technologies Inc. ticker over year. Y growth aligns with Palantir's financial statements for that period, reflecting a recovery in this segment. The specific 12% Y increase in US government revenue would need to be verified against their detailed revenue breakdown. Commercial revenue, stating a 27% Y increase overall, is consistent with reported figures. A 40% UI surge in US enterprise revenue supports the claim of outpacing government growth, though exact percentages may vary. Based on the latest financial data available, Palantir Technologies reported having approximately $2.80 billion in cash and cash equivalents. Great. Let's define the specifics. Role and goal. The GPT will assist in generating articles based on provided articles and earnings reports of a company. It will aim to summarize key information, analyze trends, and potentially offer insights based on the data. Constraints. What should be emphasized or avoided in the articles to ensure accuracy and relevance? Guidelines. How should the articles be structured and styled? Are there specific formats or tones you prefer? Clarification. Any additional details or preferences you'd like to include to tailor the articles to your needs? Personalization. How do you envision the tone and depth of analysis in the articles? Should they reflect a formal analytical style or something more casual and accessible? Once we have these details, we can proceed to refine the context further. Could you provide insights into the constraints, guidelines, and any specific preferences you have for the articles?
I danced with you, stumbling into an empty street, almost escaping my memory. But in the morning when I came to, I thought of you, I thought of you, I thought of you. It was just one night, it was just one night. Now I can't get you off of my mind. It was just one time, it was just time. Even if you will never be mine, unforgettable. 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 A very beautiful lie that I've been told. Yours is the one that I like the most. Yours is the one that I hold so close. Give up the ghost, give up the ghost, give up the ghost. It was just one night, it was just one night. Now I can't get you off of my mind. It was just one time, it was just one time. Even if you will never be mine, unforgettable. Unforgettable. Every step I take, everywhere I go, I see your face. Unforgettable. Every heart you break, you'll never know. I see your face. Unforgettable. 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 Unforgettable.
complete. You were there for me. You were all I need, and I hold it like a promise. You were all I need. I'm a constant. You were all I need. You were all I need. You were all I need. You were all I
Flexion, extension, action, reaction. Flexion, extension, action, reaction. Flexion, extension, action, reaction. Flexion, extension, action, reaction.
Don't let them tell you you need to change just because you feel a little strange. These days they start to blend together. These days they start to change. Don't let them tell you you have to change just because you feel a little strange. You walk aimlessly towards the break. Destruction. Destruction. Destruction.
Flexion, extension, action, reaction. Flexion, extension, action, reaction. Flexion, extension, action, reaction. Flexion, extension, action, reaction.
There's a hero in town, goes by Super George. He's a man of steel with a mighty roar. One day he's Superman, flying through the skies. Next day he's Thor, with lightning in his eyes. Super George, fighting evil every night, saving the world, bringing darkness to the light. Iron Man or Thor.
Get down to the baseline.
Sorry guys. So good numbers just across the board. We're expecting it plus 0.1%, so we expect that inflation to go up to 0.1%. Well, guess what? It was down 0.1%. So inflation is falling more than we expected. Very good news for the markets. And as you can see, everything is popping right now. Bitcoin too, as you can see, it kind of popped. It just jumped over 59,000 on the news. Told you, if the news is good, we're gonna go up big time. And it's way better than expected. But let me guys just listen to the news a bit to see the details.
Claims 252,000. 222,000 on continuing claims. 3,082,000. Going back to November. So, interest rate covering importance. Well, see that the pre-opening equities have zoomed up. They are now top. So the line is 60 or something down. 90 points. This goes potentially, even though the person in the cards knows it certainly two issues that his target, but there. Two pillars, maximum. Moderate. ZACK. America. Remember?
Next meeting's on. They don't market, so it works. .2%. The labor consumer incomes have risen. Economies
September's too late. I hope they- July could even be better because it actually might help.
Does not have this on its mind.
What's worse? I mean, Powell, the last number and verbally pivoting, and then going on 60 Minutes like he had done in 09, I believe. Maybe 09 with the green shoots. But anyway, the point is, he Marcus Keys and said, look, I told you back in December we had to do it, and then we have 4 months of inflation numbers. Now we've got 2 good months. It's too soon. September is too soon.
I called this.
Really apart.
Look what I said. End of May. I couldn't agree more. Inflation will roll over and we see good CPI from now on. And guess what? That was end of May. June came and we got the amazing news that just sending everything, as you can see, higher, 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 higher.
A certain someone will likely be yelling about.
And remember, I said, pay attention to the IWM, pay attention to small caps. Well, the thing with the biggest green candle right now, as you can see on the top right, is the IWM with the small caps. So then say I didn't tell you to buy the IWM to make money. Because, well, yeah, the IWM is gonna have a fucking party today. I think even yesterday. This was such a good inflation report, guys. You have no idea how good this report was. God damn, this was the news we needed.
Where I most real
Okay, so the Fed should cut in December, in November, in September now. Good. Good, 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 good.
not because consumers are
Yeah, small caps. God damn, the Russell is just.
well, we have consumers point 77 is a great number, but actually I think it's a sustained market.
Just look at the green candles everywhere. Everywhere. Everywhere you look, it's gonna be green candles today. Everywhere is just green candles.
No, but we can move that until you might see real individual person.
Palantir is about to hit $29 on another note.
Real VDI. People. The income's up. It's in the long. No, I don't. Say that. You better get. Hey, Mike.
You know what it is? Monster. Inflation's gonna go away.
Will Palantir break 29 today for the first time? How hyped were you after the England call? Shut up. Shut up. And you know what? They were Netherlands. Although I hate the Danish and the Netherlands accent, they were fucking robbed because the first one was not a penalty. There was no way in hell the first goal was a penalty. No way.
Super strong. To tell anybody who is incredibly frustrated by right now that they should. What we're seeing more in consumer sentiment numbers, that people are unease about the. I think it's so much. Border. We do have. First. No. Yeah. It's not ideal.
Like for good night and good morning. I slept like 2 hours, so I guess I had a good night's sleep. Look at the Russell. Look at the Russell, guys. The IWM. First of July, I said the IWM will flip. Look where it was 1st of July. Down here. Let's put a line so we can time the flippening. So this is where I said it's going to flip. And now it's here. And I think now we're gonna see it do all the way up. Just green all across the board. Go, Palantir. Go to $29, Palantir. I'm pretty sure Germany is probably dumping their last Bitcoin now. Why am I sure? This is a, like, Why am I probably sure Germany's dumping right now their last Bitcoin since Bitcoin spiked? Like, this is an opportunity for them to dump.
Coming up, Pennsylvania Senator, he joins us live soon.
I posted, this is going to be an amazing summer for stocks.
Well, I'm sinking deeper, my chest is heavy, I'm clawing forward, I'm slipping back.
My predictions are amazing. My predictions are amazing. Hello.
The latest Criteria Records release on Criteria Radio. That one's titled Afterlife and it's by Dots. You also heard some emotional stuff from K-Mark and Droid Army before that, Incognet with Like We Used To, and Clubwire with There For You. Now, before we wrap up this very special episode, I've got even more news for you, and that's next week. I'll be behind the booth for 2 hours to deliver you a track year mix, featuring some of my absolute favourites from 2020. Don't forget
Just gonna post hello every to
UK time and be ready for some non-stop groove madness. Let's finish this week's show with something epic. Here goes the first release from Susumi's comeback. It's from Alessa and Vidai, and it's titled Into the Unknown. See ya.
my predict. Look at this. End of May. We're in for an amazing summer rally. And markets have been just hitting all-time high, one after the other. All-time high. After all-time high. After all-time high.
The next guest has been debate 2 weeks ago. Join us. The show. Brought up a picture. I took a selfie. Back. Since the debate, Senator, almost like a loss. Seems like say it out. Reportedly, well, what I won't concede is Joe Biden is the guy choice. He's already made that choice. He's already been very clear.
Okay.
He's
Now it's the idiot John Fetterman talking about Joe Biden. I'm not interested in listening to that idiot John Fetterman talk about Joe Biden on TV. That's another guy that can barely fucking pull a sentence. Markets are pushing higher. Today is going to be good. Today is going to be good. Oh yes, it will be good. Bitcoin is 59,015. Why is Germany selling? Well, you want the easy answer? Well, the easy answer would be because they're fucking morons. Is why they're selling. And let me explain this a bit further. Basically, Bitcoin Germany had a lot of Bitcoin. A lot of it is from assets that were seized, like Bitcoin they seized from various things. One was from this thing called Mt. Gox, some of you might have heard of. And now, all of a sudden, the government decided, you know what? It is not good to hold Bitcoin anymore as a reserve currency, as a reserve asset. We better sell it. And they just started dumping it out of stupidity. Anyways, who cares? They're just hurting their own self and it's all being bought. So who gives a fuck? Let those clowns sell. Federman is a clown. Yes. Very hypocritical. Yes. By the way, I'm not gonna stream till tonight, but I'm gonna take a few breaks, but I'm not gonna close the stream when I take the breaks. I'll just leave it open because fuck it. Yeah, the Germans after yesterday they had about 10% of their Bitcoin left to sell. So after last night, I know they had sold a bit over 90% of their Bitcoin. So if they're selling right now, this should be the last few Bitcoin they have. And I wouldn't take it out of the question that they are selling now, because like, if anything, you sell your last few now that it's at 59,000, right? So at least you make more money if you were to sell it when it was at 53,000, which is where they took it when they sold their first. Because the first time they sold a huge amount, and if you remember, Bitcoin went all the way down to 53.5. Now the good thing is, we did get the volume necessary to break the big support zone we were talking yesterday, if you remember. So we did get this big spike in buying volume that we needed. The bad thing is, Germany might send us back to the support zone. Because it's not like, it's 1 billion that they have, right, left. Like that 10% isn't like it's a tiny amount. It's still a big amount. Okay, let's not kid ourselves. So yes, obviously, when they double it, obviously it's gonna have a small effect. Like as I said, I wouldn't be surprised if they have something to do with this right now. But this is just speculation. I made the speculation Italian. I'm not gonna go through the DMs now, it's too early. This guy is shorting Palantir? Well, she was 20% down yesterday. She's about to be 100% down today. We'll see though. We'll see. Oh! 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 Bitcoin is By the way, for those asking, Eddie has not doubled my 2 buys yesterday. Because if you guys remember, last night I went and bought more ZACK, right? I don't know if you guys saw it. But last night, I bought another 167,000 ZACK. So I've bought even more. So in total yesterday, I bought a bit over 300,000. I think he's too scared. I think he's too scared to match this. Guys, repost this and ask and say. I say and ask him: is he too big of a pussy to match this? Let's fuck with him a bit. I know he's not, but you know, let's fuck with him a bit. Let's keep looking at the markets. We're still in volatile minutes. Come on. What is gold doing? Oh, gold is over 2,400. Really? Oofa, look at that, guys. Oh my god, look at this spike. Wow. I own gold, that's why. And a lot. I own physical gold bars. Oh. A lot of cryptoiners hate me because I own gold. They're like, buy Bitcoin, why are you do you own gold? Well, bitch, I can own both. And you guys can keep looking at the markets. I will be right back.
This is the sound of Crider. Keep in touch at facebook.com/CriderMusic. Join us online at crider.co.uk.
That's how I want it. I want it loud. Turn up the speaker. This is a heater. I need to breathe. 'Cause I got the fever. 'Cause I got the fever. 'Cause I got the fever. 'Cause I got the fever.
DJ, turn this one up. Turn this one up.
Turn this one up.
DJ, turn this one up. DJ, turn this one up.
It ain't enough. I need it now. That's how I want it. I want it loud. Turn up the speaker. This is a heater. I need to breathe. 'Cause I got the fever. 'Cause I got the fever. 'Cause I got the fever. 'Cause I got the fever.
DJ, turn this one up.
Turn this one up. Turn this one up.
DJ, turn this one up.
What did I miss? My camera is at Japan again. So, Bitcoin is okay. IWM higher. Nasdaq. Obviously higher. Bitcoin is just playing a bit, it's just zone. Palantir is flirting to break $29. My emails you shouldn't be looking at. that's me. These are sick, Niflick, by the way. A picture of me. Like that. Oh shit. Do I have anything? Niflick, you in chat? I think you are, right? You like just take photos from my Instagram. I don't have any like closer. That's you in the swimming pool that way. Are you calling me fat? Saying that's me in the swimming pool the way. This is me in the swimming pool. Are you calling me fat? I'm never selling. Where the fuck is my blue tick mark? They're taking ages. Oh, let's use one of the... Okay, let me download all the pictures people made for my giveaway. And let's start using them to promote the summer giveaway. Wait. So. Okay. Giveaway 1. Saving my jet. Giveaway 2. Oops, the noise is too heavy, loud, right? Saving my jazz. Giveaway 3. Save images. I need more, guys. If you guys can make more. Because I need one for every day, kinda. And this looks fine too. Did I miss any? No. Oh, this is nice. Wait, oh, wait. Boys. This looks cool. Giveaway 6. This looks nice too. No, this. Giveaway 7. Oh my god, what is this? Okay, this is a bit too much writing, okay? We need it more simple. More simple. What happened? Eh? Then did this, would have saved this, saved this. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Alright. Steve's Empire. Hello, Steve's Empire. Okay, I need more, guys. We only got 7. Maybe people posted here too. What's this? What the fuck is this? This is cool. This is something different. This is cool. Yeah, we can have a night party on the 31st of August or something. This is cool. Why can't I close this now? Oh, wait. Let me reply. How do I know when to sell a stock? Well, as I said, I do value investing. So how I know when to sell a stock is when the thesis changes. That means is basically when you value invest, you don't invest with price targets, you don't all that shit. No. Basically, if the company is operating and growing the way you expect them to do, you have no reason to sell them until that changes, pretty much. Okay? And that's what we do in long-term value investing. We don't look at prices, we don't look at all that stuff. All we look at is the fundamentals of the company. As long as the fundamentals of the company are growing at the pace we expect them to, then we keep owning the company. Because eventually, as we said, long term, the stock price follows the fundamentals. So if the fundamentals keep growing, eventually the stock price will catch up and it will grow too. Okay? So, and for example, like, what could change? What could be something that changes your thesis? Let's say, for example, they change CEO and the new CEO is not someone we trust. That's something that changes. That could be a thesis changer. Let's say for some reason they stop growing as much. You predict they grow at 15% a year and they start growing at like 8% a year for some reason. That's a thesis changer. Just things that change the projections you had about the company's growth in the future. Did I download these? Give me a sec, guys. Did I do this? Oh yeah, I have it. Oh no. Hey, no, this is 2021. I also have to work meanwhile, so, but not, I'll do this. I'll do this in a bit. X is broken as fuck. Yeah, it is. A bit weird. Hey, let's see. We downloaded Mayor's one. Oh, there we go, one more. Okay, these are all we have for now. Oh, you send the edit designs. Nice, nice, nice. And if, like, as I said, for my face, as you said, just go to my Instagram, because I don't think I have any other pictures that could be good. Okay, and the market's just opened, so let's go back to our graphs. Okay, the markets are actually barely higher right now. I don't expect this to last. I think we're just gonna shoot higher later on in the day. Let the markets just digest the news, as we say. ZACK is on the bottom right, by the way. Bitcoin is top left. Hello, Jeremy. Yep, IWM super green. Russell is just pumping today, guys. We're very happy about that. We expected that. I am loaded on what they call calls on the IWM. The only thing red is Palantir right now. Barely red. Palantir is the middle right. I said, we just opened, market is digesting the news, you know. There's a long way to go. And markets tend to swing a lot during the day lately, which is an interesting thing that's been happening. Like, yeah, for example, the S&P is flat, the Nasdaq is flat, the Dow Jones is flat, the Russell is 2% higher. That's why I was calling the IWM all these days, guys. You know, see, I know my shit. Like, look. Dow Jones minus 0.09%. S&P 0.00% flat. Nasdaq up 0.07%. The Russell, if this loads, 2% higher. Nothing else is going up other than the Russell. I told you, it's the Russell now. It's the Russell's time to shine. Okay. What is Alar doing today? Oh, we're dropping again. Fuck me. Come on, Alar. Doesn't matter. Oh, we're not. Okay. Great day to be owning stock, guys. Well, the thing is, yes, money's going to small caps, and the reason is people don't like owning things that have a lot of debt when rates are high, right? And now that rates are going lower, people are like, okay, let's go back and owning the high debt, high growth names. And the Russell is full of high debt, high growth names. And today, I think everybody got the picture that the Fed is gonna cut rates in September. As I was saying. Like, as my tweets were saying in May, I think June's inflation report would be insanely good. The first of the very, very good reports. And guess what? June's inflation came out negative for the first time in over a year. Like, we actually had deflation in June. We hadn't had deflation in over a year. In the years, actually. So, yeah. Listen to my prediction. That's the thing. I am based on data. My brain works very scientific. Yeah. I need evidence. I need data. I need numbers. Otherwise, I can't function. And that's why I like fundamental investing and value investing, because it's all about digging into companies and numbers and stuff like that. And doing your valuation models and all that different shit. On another note, MicroStrategy today. On another note, MicroStrategy today announced a 10-for-1 stock split. Which basically, if you guys don't know what a 10-for-1 stock split is, here's the thing. When a company's stock price becomes a big number, so for example, Nvidia just did it, right? So Nvidia was $1,200, right? And that's a big number. And what happens is smaller retail investors, so a lot of people like you that have, let's say, $1,000 to invest, can't buy Nvidia stock even if they want, because one share just costs $1,200. And the ones that, let's say, have, let's say, $5,000 still can't really buy it, because they could buy a few different companies with the $5,000 and diversify, or they could buy like 1-2 Nvidia shares and really concentrate their portfolio, and they're just gonna choose to diversify. So that's the problem with when the stock prices become very big. So what companies do is what we call a stock split. You split your stock, meaning so what happens is, now, let's say the 10-for-1 stock split that Nvidia did and that MicroStrategy is about to do. That means every shareholder for every stock gets 10 more, okay? So, what happens is the share price gets divided by 10, okay? Because guess what? 10 times more shares get issued, technically, okay? But this is not diluting the shareholders. This is not new shares issued. It's just the existing shares get split into more shares. So one share gets split into 10 shares, okay? So for every one share you have, so instead of having one share at $1,200, now you have 10 shares at $120, okay? Because we had a 10-for-1 stock split, okay? So instead of having the stock that was $1,200, $1,200 got split by 10 for 1, and the new stock price is 120. Nothing changes in the company, nothing changes in the valuation of the company, because again, they're not issuing new shares, it's just they're splitting existing shares into more. So they can lower the price of the stock. That's it. Not the price of the company. Remember, the price of the stock and the price of the company are two different things. The company might be worth whatever, the stock might have a number that is completely irrational to what the company is worth. Okay? So a company's price and the stock price, two different things. Okay? Always remember that. Because again, I give you the example. A few years ago in 2021, Tesla's stock price was $400, meaning that they were valuing the company at $1 trillion. Was the company price the company's worth actually $1 trillion? No. Tesla's price wasn't worth $1 trillion back then, right? Just that the stock was inflated really much by all the retail and all the hype, and the thing was way more expensive than the stock was way more expensive than the company actually is. Do you sell when they do a stock split? No. You technically you don't really sell when they do a stock split. Because generally what happens is usually after stock splits, nothing changes in the company. But what changes is the psychology of people buying that stock. Because a lot of people, as I said, when they see a stock like at $1,000, they're not gonna buy it. But if they see the stock at $100, they're gonna be, oh, this looks better now. I can buy this now. That's $100. So the psychology of people changes. So although nothing changes to the company, the psychology of people changes, and it's easier for the people to buy the stock. So what happens usually after stock splits is the stocks go to rally a bit, okay? So generally, you do not want to sell after a stock split. Like, for example, Uber split, 40% rally. Okay? For example, like MicroStrategy is rallying a bit today, and a reason is because Bitcoin is barely higher, and the other reason is because it's gonna have the split, and I think when it splits, a lot of people are gonna buy it. Because when MicroStrategy splits, it's $1,390 right now. It's gonna be $139, and especially retail investors that don't have a lot of knowledge, the stock price actually drives them. So let's say they have $50,000, okay? So let's say they have $50,000. So they could afford to buy a stock that's $1,300, right? Because they have $50,000. But guess what? Most people that don't have knowledge will not buy a stock that's $1,300 because it's too expensive. But if that stock splits and it goes to 130, we'll buy it. And the same thing. Remember the price to earnings we were talking about? For example, there's investors that will, for example, let's say there's a 1300 stock that has a 20 price to earnings, right? And then let's say there's a $100 stock that has a 40 price to earnings. So the $100 stock is way more expensive, twice more expensive than the $1,000 stock. Okay? Because we said the $1,000 stock has a 20 price to earnings. They both have the same growth, they both have the same everything. Okay? So two identical companies growing the same, everything the same. It's just that one is $1,000 and trades at 20 price to earnings. The other one is $100 and trades to 40 price to earnings. Guess what? Most people are gonna buy the company most retail buyers are going to buy the company that costs $100. Because in their mind, $100 is cheaper than $1,000. So this company is cheaper. Well, no, this company is actually twice more expensive. Even if the stock price is smaller. Because the stock price means nothing. Okay? It means nothing. You can't compare companies based on stock price, because they have different amounts of shares issued, blah blah blah. Okay, but unfortunately, that's what most people do. They'll choose to buy the $100 company that has double the P of the $1,000 company, meaning it's twice as expensive. Because we're talking about identical companies when it comes to growth, blah blah blah, as we said. So it's twice more expensive. Yet, because it has an $100 price tag instead of $1,000 price tag like the other, they're gonna be like, no, the $100 stock is way cheaper than the $1,000 stock. I'm gonna buy the $100 stock, and they fuck up because guess what? The $1,000 stock is twice cheaper. So you just made a big mistake and you bought a super expensive stock. I will buy the $1,000 stock that's way cheaper. Yeah, and yeah, it makes the stock more attractive. You can buy more shares instead of just buying one, for example, blah blah blah. Do options trade. Again, I wasn't gonna mention that because a lot of people don't know that. Another big factor that helps stock splits is that people can buy options. Okay? Because remember, options are basically contracts that have 100 stocks in. And when a stock is $1,000, those option contracts are way more fucking expensive than a contract that has a stock that's worth $100 inside. Okay? So another reason that stock splits help is it really helps people that do options trading. And it increases the daily volume of the stock because there's a lot more options trading happening because contracts become way cheaper. Okay? People confuse stock price and market cap. Yes, they do. They think the stock price is how expensive a company is. Because they don't know more. They don't know what price to earnings is. They don't know what price to book, price to funds from operation, price to EV to sales, price to... I can go to a million valuation metrics. They don't know those things. PEG ratios, blah blah blah. They don't know those things, and so they can't understand that the stock price means nothing. It's not the stock price does not show how expensive a company is. Okay? And I'll give you this example. Years ago, I still remember this. Years ago, I told my father, George, what stocks should I buy? I was like, Dad, there's a company I really like that's called Texas Pacific Land, TPL. Basically, they own a lot of land that has a lot of oil, and they basically rent and sell that land to oil producers and exporters, right? And they own a shit ton of land in the Permian Basin, which is basically the Saudi. It's basically the Saudi Arabia of when it comes to oil of Texas, the Permian Basin. That's where most of the U.S. oil comes from, the Permian Basin, and they own a shit ton of land there. Now, TPL has done a stock split. Okay, so TPL has done a stock split, but back here it was worth $1,000 because it did a 10-for-1 stock split last year. So this would be worth $7,800 if it had not done the stock split. But back here in 2017, when I told my father, 2016 actually, when I told my father to buy, this was around $900, $850, and my dad was like, George, this stock is so expensive. I'm not gonna buy such an expensive stock. I was like, bro, this is not expensive at all. What do you mean? This is like such a cheap company. Just because the stock price is big, it's expensive. And guess what? The company went from $80 to at some point reach over $1,000. From $800 to at some point reach over $10,000. So she missed on buying a very good and cheap company just because the stock price was a big number and she thought it's expensive. And she missed something that could made more than 10 times his money back. on that investment. And the only reason he didn't buy it is because it had a big number as a stock's price, and big numbers are scary for people. And again, by the way, you love my ZACK shirt by ZACK. And in the back too. Look. But yeah, guys, stock price and company price, completely different things, okay? Always remember that. Markets are doing good, eh? My portfolios are just pumping today. Gold is just pumping today too. I increased. You see these 3 companies that are on top? Just yesterday I bought more shares. Ha ha! And they are the best performing companies today in my portfolio. Ha ha! And guess what? I sold a bit of Palantir to buy those shares. And Palantir is actually dropping a bit today. So yesterday I sold a bit of the stock that's dropping and bought more of these that are skyrocketing. I think that was a good rotation, wasn't it? But Palantir is gonna shoot higher, so I'm not scared of that. It's still my biggest position, I just trimmed a bit. Guys, I own Palantir since $6.50, so give me a break. I trimmed a bit. I owned it since $6.50 and it's almost $29, so I think it's okay if I sell a bit, yeah? The company has made me millions already. Not gonna complain. Look at gold though. Very nice. Royal Caribbean Cruises is not pumping today. Royal Caribbean Cruises has been such a nice stock to own since COVID, because it completely crashed after COVID. And then I was like, okay, I buy this. This is a great company. Meow, meow. It was like, and that's the thing, guys. For example, Royal Caribbean Cruises, great company, performing great, then COVID happens. Horrible for cruise lines, right? They couldn't do shit, they couldn't operate. Now, if you're a long-term investor, you see this and you're not the ones that sell. You see this and you actually go and buy cheaper. Because did anything change in the company? Okay, sure, for 2 years they're not going to grow and they might lose some money because they're not going to operate. Can they survive this? Question number 1 you need to ask yourself. Are you sure they can survive this? Yes? Good. Can they then continue to grow as they used to grow before COVID? Once this ends? Yes? Yes. Then no, you do not fucking sell a stock. When it plummets because other idiots are selling because they're scared, you go and buy more. And the people that went and bought more at $23, guess what? Now the stock is at $158. And that's why we like gold long-term investing, okay? Because you remove the noise, okay? Like the 2007 crash. If you sold back then, you were fucked. It was $43. If you bought at $5 in February 2009 after the 2007 crash, guess how much? Like $5 it was back then. Now it's 158. Those that were doing long-term investing and completely ignored the crash in 2007 and 8, completely ignored the COVID crash, get what? Has completely benefited. And that's why you do long-term investing, guys, because you can remove the noise. And you won't drive yourself crazy by, oh my god, there's a recession happening, oh my god, the economy is going to shit this year, I need to sell my stock. No, because if you buy stocks, because before you buy the stocks, that's a question you need to ask yourself. If the economy goes to shit, if there's a recession next year, will this company be okay? If you can't say yes, then why the fuck do you own it? Okay? So then, when you see the economy going to shit, you already know the companies I bought them because one of the reasons were because I know they are recession proof, because they have a strong balance sheet. So when all these things happen, you don't have to, oh my god, there is a war, the economy is going to drop, oh my god, the inflation is too high, economy is going to drop, oh my god, blah blah blah, markets are going to crash. When you long-term invest, all those things, you just don't give a fuck about, okay? And you see all those things as buying opportunities for the companies you have. You're like, okay, the market's gonna crash, all the companies I own are going to become cheaper, they're going to go on sale, so I will buy them while they have a huge discount. And I will buy them much cheaper and make a shit ton more money when the markets recover. Because guess what? Markets always recover. So again, we like long-term investing. Me, for example, that I do this for a living and I'm 24/7 on top of my stocks. Yes, I do own some companies that know that if there's a recession, they're just gonna die. I have some of them, but why? Because some of them are not long-term investments in my head. They're not that long-term investments. And also, every day I'm keeping the track of the economy of those companies, of the data that's come out. So I'm able, if anything happens, to sell out quick. Okay? Most of you, that this is not your job, the economy is gonna go to shit, and then you're gonna sell, and you're already gonna get fucked. Predicting the timing of a recession is super hard, and nobody gets it right. The people that get it right are the people that predict a recession every year. So they predict 100 recessions, so obviously some point they will get it right. Like Michael Berry, the guy that they made the movie about, The Big Short, the movie, Michael Berry, right? That dude has predicted 50 recessions, he's gotten one right. One! And they made a movie about him. Every other year he's been wrong. Well, that's happened with those people that predict recessions. They're just every year recession, every year recession, and then one happens and they're like, I told you so, I told you so. Brother, you've been calling a recession since 10 years ago, and 10 years later you got it. Good job, motherfucker. Good job, bravo, malaka. I support Panathinaikos and Manchester City. But more Manchester, but actually the same. This is a Manchester City thing behind my back here. Signed from all the players from the Champions League win. But yeah, long-term investing, guys. Hey, as I said, so me, I'm not gonna be able to be like, oh, I predict a recession. I can predict when there's gonna be a recession, so I'll sell those companies quick. No, I'm not gonna be able, but I'm gonna be able to sell them way faster than most of you. So I'm gonna be able to cut my losses sooner than most of you. Okay, it doesn't mean that I'm not gonna have losses when these companies are not recession proof if anything happens to the markets. No, I'm not gonna be able to probably. The first day, if the markets ever go to shit, probably I'm gonna get fucked the day they go to shit, because I'm not gonna be able to predict the when. But because I'm gonna be on top of the markets every day, I'll be able to instantly sell. And also I have access to pre-market and post-market, which you guys don't. So I can sell before and after the markets actually open. Too. So if I know today there's gonna be a bloodbath in the markets because a recession is starting or a market collapse is starting, I can sell before the markets actually open and cut my losses short. But all of you should do long-term investing, and especially just buy ETFs. As I said, for example, as we said, the S&P 500 technology ETF has had an average return of over 25% for the past 5 years. Trust me, you will never be able to beat that. Unless you do this full time. So, no. What's the movie name? I'm confused now. When did we talk about the movie? Look at the Russell, guys. Oh malaka. Wee. Let's go. Let's go. So earnings today weren't good on another note. So Delta is tumbling. Oh, the movie with recession. Okay, yeah. The Big Short. Let's go. It's with Steve Carell, the guy, Michael Scott. You know Michael Scott? That guy is in the movie, The Big Short. So Delta Airlines 8% lower on bad earnings. Pepsi a bit lower on bad earnings. Pepsi has had a bad year in general, but you know, it's Pepsi, it's still doing well. Every now and then it stalls, but slowly it goes higher, it pays a dividend due. Very safe stock to own, Pepsi. Delta Airlines, I never own the airlines, as some of you know. I don't think investing in airlines are good investments. Like, look, this stock has gone nowhere in the past. Literally for the past 10 years, you would have made zero money if you invested in Delta. Amazing company. It's just that airlines in general, like, it's not Delta. It's airlines in general are horrible investments. Look at UAL, American Airlines. United Airlines, I mean. The same shit, you see? Literally, since 2006, if you own this stock, you would have made zero money. For about 20 years, you would have made zero money if you own this stock. The only one that's done well is Ryanair. Ryanair has done well. Like, I'm not gonna lie, Ryanair has done quite okay. And EasyJet? No, not even EasyJet. So no, none. So yeah, that's why I don't like investing in airlines. Well, no, you can't say that Ryanair fucked up consumers. They did not fuck any consumer. No. They're doing whatever necessary to be able to provide you, like, this is such a wrong way of thinking. No, they did not fuck up consumers. They're doing everything possible to be able to provide you tickets at very cheap prices compared to other airlines, while also providing a profit to shareholders. So no, they didn't fuck the consumers. They fucked you to provide you cheaper tickets. If you don't want all these things that they fucked you on, go buy a normal airline ticket. But to have a super cheap ticket like Ryanair, you need to get fucked and sacrifice a few of the luxuries, let's say, that other airlines provide. So no, they didn't fuck you at all. They've just removed all the extra things they think are completely unnecessary to be able to provide a very, very, very cheap ticket while also generating profits for their shareholders. Because guess what? If they don't start generating, if their shareholders don't like the profits they generate, and they start leaving, all of a sudden, there won't be any Ryanair. So you won't have a cheap ticket to fly to any other country or part of the world. So you always need to compensate. Okay? You want cheap tickets? Well, guess what? It's a business. It also needs to make money. If it doesn't, you won't have the cheap tickets. So yes, it does need to make a profit. Otherwise, you wouldn't have these cheap tickets. It's not a philanthropy. It's not a philanthropy. It's not a non-profit organization, right? At the end of the day, it's a company. It's a business. So in order to keep operating, it needs to generate a profit. It makes sense. So they're doing whatever they think is necessary to reduce the price of the tickets, and boost profits. Like, for example, when the Ryanair CEO said they are thinking of having standing, removing the front row of the seats and having poles like buses and having customers standing, and then you can fly with €1 to anywhere, people were like, oh my god, look at what they're doing to boost their profits. Look at what they're doing. Look at what a stupid idea just to make more money. No, you fucking idiot. Yes, sure, they're gonna make a bit more money this way, but at the same time, you're gonna have an option to fly for a fucking euro, you moron. You know how many people this is gonna give access to flying? You know how many people are gonna be able to go see their families because all of a sudden they can just fly with €1 because they can buy a standing ticket? So no, people need to stop thinking like this is it's unfortunate because a lot of the world thinks like that. They never think like business wise and also what makes sense. They just think everything a business does, it's oh my god, it's a bad big corporation, it's a bad big company. They look what they're doing again to hurt us and make money. No, they're doing it at the same time to make money and also provide you the like literally. Ryanair's mission statement is to provide the cheapest possible ticket to the average person. Okay? And the way they find out they can do it is by removing seats, and for the for the short flights, having standing seats. So people can then they can provide a $1 ticket. Like, and then people, so many people hated this idea and hated Ryanair because of this. I'm like, why the fuck are you hating them? Everybody people want the cheaper tickets and they're giving you cheaper tickets. Like, what the fuck? You want a cheaper ticket? And you want a $1 ticket and you want the fucking seat and nothing to change? Like, well, who the fuck are you? Make your own flying business then, and like, you can't have seats and everything and charge $1 and then have the company also make money. Like, you want the company to lose money on every flight just so you can have a cheaper ticket? Well, guess what? Then eventually there will be no company. So you also need to think that the company needs to make a profit to keep providing cheaper tickets. Okay? So always remember that. Oh, they're squeezing their profits. Yes, they have shareholders to please. Most of these companies that people hate, they have shareholders to please. And if shareholders start leaving, the stock price is gonna start tumbling, then more people are gonna start leaving, and then the company's gonna get fucked, and then you're no longer gonna have this product because you hated them for making profits. Like, so shut the fuck up and hating companies for making profits. At the end of the day, they're companies, they're not charities. I hate the left, as you can understand. I really hate the left. Yeah, most don't have financial educations. And that's, I think, where global education is failing people. I strongly believe that children in school, well, at least like in middle school and high school, should get some proper financial education. Like, for example, we had an economics class in Greece, and there still is an economics class in Greece. But what we learn is like microeconomics and microeconomics, and just very, very theoretical economic things, economic theory, which, yes, it's good if you want to study economics, but this is not the economics you need as an everyday person. As an everyday person, they should teach you about inflation, okay? They should teach you about how a company operates and the financials of a company, okay? They should teach you about how to savings account and basic investing, what the stock market is, all the things we were talking about, the ETFs, how you can passively make money by compounding, teach compounding. Like, they need to provide financial knowledge that will apply to in their life from day one, as soon as they cross that line from 17 to 18 and become independent citizens. Not macroeconomics, okay, or microeconomics, not all those things that they're not going to need and they're all going to forget. Okay? Nobody's gonna use a fucking yield curve. Like, for example, they teach yield curves and demand and supply curves and all those. Nobody's gonna fucking use those things, bro, unless they do this for a living. The average person is never going to fucking use those things. So yes, if anybody wants to study economics, this is knowledge he needs. But for the average person, it's not. And they need to start having classes that teach financial literacy to people. At least the basics that you will encounter in your everyday life. Okay? Like, the taxes in your country. How to file tax reports, tax returns, all those things. How to do write-offs, how to claim write-offs, all those things, as we said, central banking and interest rates, banks in general. What type of different bank accounts can you open? What type of different investment accounts can you open? What is credit? What is debit? What is overdraft? What are the rates the bank charges? What happens when you take a loan? What happens when you take a mortgage? What are interest rates? What is inflation? Okay? All those fucking things they need to teach in school. Basic business. What is a business? Basic business structure. What type of businesses are available in your country and what type of businesses can you make? Basic business finance. Okay? Then a bit of the stock market. This is the stock market, blah blah blah. They don't. It's sad. Now what was here? Russell, a Palantir. But yeah, this is just my opinion. Yeah. I partially agree with what Dr. Arnade says. Like, I don't think it's 100% the reason, but yes, I do think a part of the reason is that the government wants you to kind of be financially stupid so they can control you. I do think that's partially true. Like, for example, my school is very close to my house, the school I used to go to. And we used to have, all of you probably have clubs, right? School clubs, different school clubs that you could attend. We had like chemistry club, computer club, and all those different clubs, sports clubs. I was thinking at some point in creating for them an investing club and going there and teaching kids investing for free. At some point when I was older. Because I think, especially in Greece, people need to learn, like, Greece and investing is like, it's like Greece and gays. They don't go together, okay? Coming from a bi person, Greece and they're like, literally, it's like Greece and black people, Greece and gays, Greece and investing. They just don't go together. And I want to change that. Well, I want to change all of those three, but I think I can change is help with the Greece and investing. part. I don't think I can make Greeks love more LGBTQ and black people and different people in general. Greece is very narrow-minded people. Especially the older generations. Younger generations, I think that's globally, but in Greece too. The younger people are, the more open-minded they are. I think in some countries it has reached the point that they're becoming way too open-minded, and the open-minded has become, how will I say this politely? Ill-minded. You know, like when you're sick, you're ill, ILL. Like too open-minded has turned into ill-minded. Like for example, in the US, right? The very open-minded things they teach now in schools, for example, how to chop your dick off and become a woman. I think that's ill-minded. That's sick. So I think at some countries, the younger generations, because as I said, younger generations are becoming more and more open-minded. They've become too open-minded that it's actually become sick, and I call it ill-minded. Okay, if that makes sense, because it's a sickness, it's an illness, a mental illness. It's not healthy anymore. So everything in the markets other than the Russell is down. Like, look at this. You can see here on the bottom of the screen, Dow Jones 0.27% up, Nasdaq 0.68 lower, S&P 0.80 lower, Russell, the IWM I was talking about, 2.73 higher. So everything in the market is dropping except the small caps. It feels nice to be right. Nice to be right. Let me drink my fruit juice again, because I was right. Greece sounds like Arkansas, where I grew up. They're extremely close-minded too. Well, I see. That's a disease, unfortunately, that's being promoted in order to the medical business to make more money. Yeah, could be. Definitely, people are profiting on this, on pushing this woke narrative on our children. Very, very unfortunate.
You're right.
I can't.
Gigabit has a
But we're still in
the potential.
well, except that it's
The gap. Welcome. I hope this is working.
I want to watch this. You guys want to watch it together? Well, you don't have an option. So this is the first Neuralink update they gave the world. By the way, my Giga monitor has also a Giga. This is like the control for the big monitor I have. It has a Giga controller too. And this turns the wheel in the middle, and you can do things. Volume, everything. Yeah, Giga monitor comes with Giga controller.
Welcome to Neuralink live update. We're going to tell you about the progress of the first patient with Neuralink, Poland, and do a recap of the progress there. Then talk about what changes we were making for the second patient, which we're hoping to do an implant in the next week or so. And this is for our first product, which is called telepathy, which enables you to control a computer or a phone just by thinking. So let's, in fact, so we'll start off with just some introductions. DJ, you want to start?
Hi everyone, my name is DJ Sal. I'm an electrical engineer and a chip designer by training. I led the design of several generations of the Neuralink implant. Currently, I was on the founding team and currently a president.
I'm Matthew McDougall. I'm a practicing neurosurgeon and head of neurosurgery at Neuralink.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, head of brain interfaces applications.
And I'm Bliss. I'm a software engineer at Neuralink, trying to figure out how to turn brain activity into cool stuff in the world.
All right, thank you. Let's see. So we'll just get going into the presentation. Our first product is something, like I said, we call telepathy, which enables the person with the Neuralink implant to control their phone or computer just by thinking. And once you can control your phone or computer, you can essentially control almost anything, literally just by thinking. So there's no eye tracking or anything. It is purely your thoughts. This is really quite a profound device that can help a lot of people who have lost the connection between their brain and body. Imagine people like Stephen Hawking, imagine if he could communicate at the same speed as someone who still had the connection to their brain and body. It's really something that can help millions of people around the world, and it's part of our overall goal of enabling very high bandwidth connection between the brain and the rest of the world and your computers. The long-term goal, which sounds a little esoteric, is to mitigate the civilization risk of AI by having a sort of closer symbiosis between human intelligence and digital intelligence. But that'll take many years. Along the way, we're going to help solve a lot of brain injury or spinal injury issues. And with our first product, telepathy, that's going to be really quite profound. There is also potential long-term for bridging the gaps, so if there are damaged or severed neurons, being able to span the gap between the brain's motor cortex to the spine to enable someone to use their body again. I think that would be very exciting, and that is something that is possible in the long term. And then our second product, which we've demonstrated to work with monkeys, is blindsight, which would enable someone who is completely blind, or lost both eyes, or completely lost their optic nerve to be able to see. So that's something that we hope to demonstrate in the future. So this just gives you a sense of what the device is. A way to think about the Neuralink device is like a Fitbit or an Apple Watch with tiny wires or electrodes. Those tiny wires are implanted in the brain and they read and write electrical signals. A lot of people think the brain is this incredibly mysterious thing. It is mysterious in a lot of ways, but it does operate with electrical signals. So if you can read and write those electrical signals, you can interface with the brain. And the device is sized so that it is the same size as the piece of skull that is removed. So if it's like a few centimeters diameter of skull that's removed, we replace that with the device after implanting the tiny wires with the surgical robot, and that enables read-write capability to the neurons. But yes, exactly. It's completely wirelessly. I could have a Neuralink right now, you wouldn't know. And it charges inductively, so you could just basically have an electromagnetic pad that you charge the device with. So yeah, it's like an Apple Watch, exactly. So
except that it's actually a much harder technical challenge to solve, given that there's limit as to how much you eat the brain tissue. Whereas for phones and
have a hot watch,
you don't actually really care. Just sitting on a table.
Sure. Yeah, it's got to go through a scan and stuff as well in our case. So it is a tougher challenge to charge and to have high bandwidth communications, given that it's got to go through skin and hair and stuff.
We have solved it.
But we have solved it, yeah.
Yeah, so our first step with the telepathy is basically to unlock digital independence for people with paralysis and to allow them to control the computer just with their mind without moving their body. And our goal is to provide them the same level of control, functionality, and reliability that I have when I'm using a computer. Even better than the level of control I have.
It's not a high bar for you. To be clear, this guy, he's controlling this with his brain. So he's not, you can't see his hands in this video, but he's not using a mouse and keyboard. Just thinking about how to move the cursor and playing Civilization 6.
No eye tracker.
Right, there's no eye tracking.
He's live streaming.
This is watch this on Twitter. Just thinking.
Yeah,
that's it.
Just thinking.
Just a couple days ago.
Cursor move here.
Yeah, this is like last night or 2 nights ago. Something.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think the way he also described it is he's using the
Yeah.
There's many more videos on the platform. Yeah, so he's streaming that live and also can talk and move his head with the problem multitask.
Yeah, you can also, if you join this live stream, you can ask him questions. He'll tell you all about what it's like to move.
Also, I think I haven't played Civilization myself, but I think this is actually not easy mode. This is expert mode.
This is Emperor mode.
Emperor mode.
If you have played Civ, Emperor mode is like the highest difficulty level. Just the point is, this is a cognitively demanding task while live streaming, playing the hardest mode of the game, and he's able to do that while moving the cursor.
Talking, engaging with the audience while playing.
One of the other games he likes to play a lot is chess. I think it gets lost sometimes that he's actually playing speed chess.
Against me, yeah.
Which requires an incredibly high fidelity degree of control and speed of control in order to be able to win.
Also, another cool stuff about our device is that use it anywhere, anytime. Also on a plane, during a flight, while creating really cool memes of games. Also, our device unlocks things that previously were impossible for our participants. For example, we're able to connect him to his gaming console, Switch, and play Mario Kart with friends and family. And it was lovely to see them playing together after years that he couldn't do it since his injury.
Imagine if you're sitting one row over from this guy and playing. You look over in a cat meme. No hands, no movement.
Live in a weird world.
Yeah. It's strange time.
Yeah, and he loves using the device and using independently daily to watch videos, read, play games using the browser. And the key metrics that we care is to make sure our device is actually useful, is to basically the amount of hours we use the device daily and weekly, and we track it since the surgery. And on weeks that he's not too busy and not traveling, he can even reach 70 hours of using the device a week. This is amazing. He would, of course, love to use it more, but need to run and he needs to sleep sometimes, and also, of course, to charge the device once in a while. Hopefully, we'll improve that over time.
I think that maybe not obvious to people who are watching this. Like, it's a normal MacBook he's controlling. This isn't like some limited edition thing where there's only a few options. Like, he can just do anything that you can do on a MacBook Pro. Same one I have on my desk, actually. It's the exact same one.
And maybe another interesting point is that on the first day he used BCI, he was able to break the previous world record for cursor control just by using the brain. And recently he even doubled it and was able to outperform about 10% of our engineered Neuralink. And you can be sure that we are very good in this game and very quick. And if you want to check out how you can do it, you can do it on our website. And it's very addictive game.
Yeah, it's a very simple game. You just have to click on the square. But it actually, even though it sounds silly, it's quite a, yeah, it can be quite a, it sounds like it can be quite addictive, and it's especially if you get a low score and you think, there's no way I gotta. Anyone who wants to try this, I recommend going to the Neuralink.com website and seeing if you can beat Nolan's record. And you will find that's actually quite difficult to do. This is really with version 1 of the device and with only a small percentage of the electrodes that are working. So this is really just the beginning, but even the beginning is twice as good as the world record. This is important to emphasize. The media has a habit of saying that the glass is 10% empty, but actually it's 90% full. I think it's really quite an accomplishment of the Neuralink team to have achieved, with the first patient, first device, twice the world record for the brain-to-computer bandwidth. That's really an astonishing, an amazingly great outcome, and it's only going to get better from here. So the potential is to ultimately get, I think, to megabit level. So that's part of the long-term goal of improving the bandwidth of the brain-computer interface. Like, if you think about like how low the bandwidth normally is between a human and a device, the average bandwidth is extremely low. It's I said less than 1 bit per second over the course of a day. If there are 86,400 seconds in a day, you're outputting less than that number of bits to any given device, except in perhaps very rare circumstances. This is actually quite important for AI, basically for human AI symbiosis, is just being able to communicate at a speed the AI can follow.
Yeah, just to emphasize again, he's performing at this extremely high level with about 15% of his channels. And so we want to mitigate any of the problems that led to that situation. The brain is a fascinating organ. I'll share with you some of the secrets about the brain. During any typical brain surgery, a small amount of air is introduced into the skull. That's because neurosurgeons like to have as much room as possible around the brain. And so there's this little known control mechanism of allowing the concentration in the blood to rise a bit, which allows the brain to either expand or contract depending on where you target that CO2. But typically neurosurgeons will have the brain shrink by lowering CO2. What we're going to do in our future surgeries is keep the CO2 concentration actually quite normal, maybe even slightly elevated. And that'll allow the brain to stay its normal size and shape during surgery. That should eliminate this air pocket that we saw in the first participant. That air pocket, we think, may have contributed to eating up some of the thread slack as the air bubble migrated to be under the implant and push the brain away from the implant. And so that's easy enough to fix. Another consideration that we want to focus on for our upcoming participants is that the brain, think of it like a really complex folded onion. It's layer upon layer of sheets of neurons all over the surface of the brain, folded into this odd looking shape. The folds of the brain travel down deep into the brain, and along with it go those onion layers of neurons. And if we insert very close to one of the folds where there may be very useful information encoded in neurons, we may end up traveling with our threads parallel to some of the layers of neurons that we're most interested in, avoiding them entirely. To avoid that possibility, we're going to insert in our future participants more close to the middle of the apex of the folds, ensuring that we're crossing the layers of interest, layer 5 of the cortex.
I also think that it's important to highlight here those tiny wires that Elon mentioned. They're a fraction of a human hair. They're very flexible, intentionally so, because the brain's constantly moving and you want electrodes to be moving with the brain, causing less of the scarring. And it's actually impossible for a human, however talented Matthew is, to actually maneuver them. We have a surgical robot that we built that can actually precisely target them in any three-dimensional space, X, Y, as well as Z, with micron-level precision, while avoiding vasculature so that you don't disrupt and cause immune response from happening. So we actually have the technology to be able to place them exactly where we want them.
Yeah, it was truly amazing to see the surface of the brain after the robot had inserted all the electrodes on the first participant without a drop of blood in sight. Is really quite an achievement.
Yes, so something that probably most people don't realize is that the brain appears to be somewhat undifferentiated. So if you look at the cortex, it looks like a whole bunch of folds that where maybe it's not obvious just looking at, say, a picture of the brain that the brain is highly differentiated. That you pretty much know exactly where the part of the brain is that controls your right hand and your left hand and your leg and that kind of thing, or vision. It's actually quite precisely located. It's not. Some people might think, look at the brain like, oh, it could be anywhere, but actually, its brain is highly differentiated, even though it doesn't look it. It's yeah.
Do you want to describe how we actually how we identify where to drill the cranium?
Yeah. So we can put a patient that is considering this implant into an MRI, so a functional magnetic resonance imaging machine, and ask them to imagine hand movements that, because of the spinal cord injury, don't happen. But just imagining those hand movements causes these areas of the brain to light up in the fMRI scanner. So we have a pretty good idea, based in fact, for each individual participant, which part of their brain is going to respond to imagined movements of the hand. And so we can map those imagined movements, much as we all do when moving a mouse, to controlling a cursor on a screen, even without the use of a mouse.
Yeah, but anyway, I think this is an important point, that it's not like the part of your brain that controls your hand might be anywhere in the cortex. This is not the case. It's going to be in a very specific region, and it's going to be
precision is key too.
Yeah.
The left-handed, right-handed thing, in my mind too. If you're right-handed, you want the device on the left side, contralateral side to the hand. That's your dominant.
Yeah, the left side of your brain controls the right side of your brain.
Another of the risk mitigations we're looking at in the future is that the implant has a certain size. The depth of the bottom of the implant is actually thinner than the average human skull. And so what we want to be able to do is control the size of the gap under the implant, give the threads that travel from the implant into the brain as much slack as possible. We didn't do this in the first participant because we didn't want to manipulate any of their tissue that we didn't absolutely have to. In upcoming implants, our plan is to sculpt the surface of the skull very intentionally to minimize the gap under the implant, such that the bottom of the implant travels perfectly flush with the normal contour of the inner side of the skull. That will put the implant closer to the brain. It will eliminate some of the tension on the threads, and we think it will reduce some of the tendency of threads to retract.
And we actually built a tool to do.
Yeah, this is a very important detail. You really want the inner contour of the skull to be flush, so that the implant, the brain doesn't want to pucker up into the gap. That's really quite a big deal. minimizing the air pocket and the implant being flush with the inside contour of the skull are two very important.
The additional benefit here is that you do see some amount of stick up, what we call stick up, so you minor bump in the head, but this actually eliminates that even further.
Yes, really our goal is that if you run your hand over the top of the skull, you don't feel any bump, you don't feel any device. And that even if someone was bald, you wouldn't really even notice it. And then from the inner contour of the skull, the brain, from a physical standpoint, doesn't really notice that there's a divot in the skull because there's no divot.
Okay, another aspect of the human brain that obviously differs from any of the animals that we tested in is that the human brain is a lot bigger. And so you may not realize that means the human brain moves quite a bit more than any of these other smaller brained creatures. And so when we open the skull, we see the brain travel toward and away from the robot about 3 millimeters in total as the heart beats and the breathing takes place. And so that movement, it adds a small challenge for the robot in precisely choosing a depth to insert each thread. It's not an enormous challenge, and we've already upgraded the robot's capabilities to be able to even more precisely target depth in even a very rapidly moving brain with a high amplitude of movement. You may think the most obvious mitigation for threads that pulled out of the brain is to insert them deeper. We think so too. And so we're going to broaden the range of depths at which we insert threads. For the very first participant, we had an enormous amount of data from our animal work, and we had very highly optimized our insertion depth to maximize the crossing of the layers of interest in the cortex with the electrodes that we're recording from. Now that we know retraction is a possibility, we're going to insert at a variety of depths that even in several cases of differing amounts of retracting threads, we're going to have electrodes at the proper depth. And with the deepest threads, be able to track how much retraction has occurred across the surface of the brain from each thread. And so we're going to both have more threads in the right layer and have better data on how much retraction has occurred.
If you're a BCI nerd, you might know that being able to control individual Z depth per thread is not something that most neural interface devices offer. Most neural interface devices are a static, fixed, rigid array that you push in and all the electrodes are on depth. To be able to do this is actually a pretty novel part of the robot.
Yeah, the historical approach is to actually pound in a sort of bed of nails with an air hammer into the brain.
It looked crazy. Just not a camera. This is. It sounds somewhat barbaric. This is not what we do, but this is what's been done before. Is literally just hammering in what looks like a bed of nails into the brain, which actually works. It's astonishing that it actually works.
And some people like manually, like DBS probes, you're just sticking in by hand. Neurosurgeons just guiding them in.
Those are several orders of magnitude more volume of brain tissue that you're destroying compared to what we're doing.
But that deep brain stimulation stuff does actually work. It actually helps people a lot. Yeah.
That's a great product.
But I think we'll be able to do a much more finessed version of that down the road. It's really difficult. The Neuralink device is something that really absolutely minimizes damage to the brain, absolutely minimizes the load on the patient, and the goal is to allow someone to live a completely normal life. You won't even notice that someone even has the device. So, like I said, the ability to control your computer and phone, that's our telepathy, and then next device being able to allow people to see that could not see before. And in fact, you could allow people to see Geordi LaForge in Star Trek in any, whatever.
Infrared.
Yeah, infrared, ultraviolet, radar. So I think another way of saying it is that we want to give people superpowers. So it's not just that we're restoring your prior brain functionality, but that you actually have functionality far greater than a normal human. That's a super big deal.
And I also think oftentimes the questions that we get a lot is, why do you have to actually go into the brain? What if you place it on the surface or outside the skull? Basically, the long story short, the physics of how it works, you really need to get the sensors, which are these facing in the brain, next to the source, which is as close to it as possible. Otherwise, what you get is you get a population response and not be able to do the level of controls that we believe.
Yeah, maybe a good sort of analogy would be like, if you're trying to understand what goes on in a factory, you need to go into the factory. You can't just put a stethoscope on the wall and try to figure out what's going on. Like anything on the outside of trying to read things from the outside is like putting a stethoscope on the wall of a factory, trying to understand what's going on in the factory. It's not going to be effective. You've got to be, threads are got to be in there. But I just want to emphasize again, like the goal is to give people superpowers, not just to restore prior functionality. It's very exciting, and I think that should give hope to a lot of people in the world that the future is going to be exciting and inspiring, and the technology is going to give them superpowers. That's amazing. Yeah. And can you multitask with it? Yeah. In fact, if you look at Nolan's streaming, and you can just check out Nolan's streams on the X platform, he's multitasking all the time. So he's while talking and listening to podcasts. And, yeah, exactly. It's really just if you're using your hands and you're playing a video game while talking.
Don't take our word for it. Just go watch. I mean, he's out there on the internet doing his thing.
Yeah, exactly. So can you do keyboard shortcuts, or is it just the mouse?
Yeah, that's actually what we're working on right now.
Sure. So currently he's working with the mouse, but we are also exploring decoding more dimensions outside from the neural activity, multiple clicks, so to do shortcuts or just able to control more games, like control our Xbox controller. But also in the future we plan to expand to decode the text, not just the mouse control, but also allow participants to.
Yeah, actually, so maybe going back to the discussion of thread retraction, one of the very exciting parts to me about this story is that we're able to do so much with 15% of channels. When you have more channels, what that actually offers you is not just faster mouse control, because in the motor cortex, neurons don't all represent the same thing. So if you're trying to understand what an individual finger is trying to do, you might or might not have an electrode next to it. And the more channels you have in the brain, the higher likelihood you have representation or decodability of all fingers on the hand. And so if you're trying to do something like output text at a fast rate, which is something that matters a lot for people who are completely locked in, who cannot speak at all, who are trying to just say I love you to a loved one in their family, or ask for a glass of water or a scratch or whatever. Being able to type at a fast rate is extremely important. And the more fingers you have access to, the higher probability you can do that efficiently. And yeah, I'm super excited about how the ceiling is we can get to as we resolve this thread retraction issue.
Yeah, we're currently at approximately 10 bits per second peak rate, but ultimately we want to get to megabit, and I think ultimately whole brain interface, I think many years from now, I think gigabit level is possible. So that's pretty astonishing. This is still version 1 of our device. As we mentioned, it's version 1 with only 15% of the threads working. The current device has 64 threads with 16 electrodes on each thread. Our next device has threads with 8 electrodes per thread. Because as we get more confident about where exactly to place the thread, you need fewer electrodes per thread. So we can essentially, with the current device, without substantial changes, potentially double the bandwidth if we are accurate with the placement of the threads. And then our next generation device will have maybe
even more channels.
Yeah. So
3,000 in the year.
Yeah, so next device we're aiming for 3,000 channels. This will just keep getting better and better, really moving up, I think, in orders of magnitude in factors of 10, basically, in what kind of bandwidth. I think it won't be all that long before someone with a Neuralink device can communicate faster than someone who has a fully functional body, and I think faster than the fastest speed typist or auctioneer.
The esports tournaments are going to be...
Like, you literally won't be able to speak faster than someone can communicate with a Neuralink telepathy device.
It may be a very interesting part of this. Basically, we currently connect to standard inputs to the computer through mouse and keyboards. But very soon, as we will have a much broader bandwidth, we need to think about new ways to actually build the interface for their devices. This is something that we're very excited.
Yeah, no, that's a good point, because the current input devices are centered around human hands.
Yeah.
So it's like we've got these little meat sticks that we move, and there's a certain rate at which you can move your fingers, and so we've got like the mouse and the keyboard and with a joystick control, Xbox controller or something like that. But you really don't need that. You don't need, since you're no longer, if you're not trying to use your hands, you actually don't need those conventional control mechanisms. And so this is why ultimately I think you'll be able to do conceptual telepathy, like where you can communicate entire concepts to someone else with a Neuralink or to the computer.
Even today, we have some problems here where if you don't feel the mouse clicking under your finger, how do you know it actually happened? Because you're seeing it on the screen, but you don't actually feel the mouse click. You don't have the proprioceptive feedback of the keys under your fingertips or the trackpad under your. So there's all sorts of interesting UX challenges of how to actually give the user some sense of what their decoder is actually doing or what the Neuralink is actually doing when they're trying to use.
Wireless.
Yeah, it's Bluetooth. Just a Bluetooth connection, just like how your normal Apple mouse or like Apple Magic keyboard connects to your computer. Same exact thing. In fact, we can basically have this exposed as an HID interface if we want. It's just the name of the protocol for sending bits from a mouse into a computer. Yeah, I can plug into basically anything.
Yeah,
I think we chose that interface because it's ubiquitous.
Yeah.
Basically, any devices have Bluetooth capabilities. Our long-term goal is to actually have our own protocol that is safe and secure. But for now, we've chosen it for interoperability.
The question is, can a Neuralink chip repair the paralysis in the long term? We can't do that right now. We have done preliminary work implanting a second Neuralink in the spinal cord, and we can restore naturalistic looking hand and leg movements in animal models. But this isn't something that don't hold your breath waiting for it. It's going to be a while. We've got a lot of work to do. But yes, there's no reason in theory that we can't repair paralysis.
Yeah, essentially, there's no physics barrier to fully solving paralysis. That is perhaps a way to say it, that you've got signals coming from your motor cortex that, if they are transferred past the point where nerves are damaged. Essentially, it's basically a communications bridge. So you bridge the communications from the motor cortex past the point in the neck or spine where the nerves are damaged. And you should, like, it is possible from a physics standpoint to restore full body functionality. It's a very hard technical problem, but there is nothing that prevents it happening from a physics standpoint. In terms of next phase of rollout, we really want to make sure that we make as much progress as possible between each Neuralink patient. So we're only just moving now to our second Neuralink patient, but we hope to have, if things go well, high single digits this year. And I don't know, maybe this is somewhat dependent on regulatory approval and how much technical progress we make, but within a few years, hopefully thousands.
Yeah, and I think one thing that is important to highlight is that it's not that we built only one device and one surgery. We've done hundreds of surgery. We've built thousands and thousands of devices, even for just the ability to earth any sort of low frequency failure mode. We have already been investing very heavily in infrastructure to be able to scale this thing on the device manufacturing side, as well as on the surgery side of things. We want to be able to help as many people as quickly as possible. We go through obviously the appropriate hurdles that are regulatory challenges and proving out the device with. Yeah,
the device implantation really needs to become almost entirely, if not entirely, automatic. In the same way that, say, LASIK eye surgery is done, you don't have an ophthalmologist with a laser cutter by hand. That would be crazy. But the ophthalmologist oversees the LASIK machine and makes sure that the settings are correct. And then the machine does everything and restores your eyesight. It's really remarkable how many people have had their eyesight restored with LASIK. And I think there's another one called Smile. They keep making it better. We need to have something similar for a Neuralink implantation so that you basically sit down and whatever whatever kind of upgrades or brain fixes are needed, that's reviewed by a medical expert. So we want to make sure that it's reviewed correctly, but it really needs to be automatic. So you sit down and within 10 minutes you have a Neuralink device installed very fast. It's very cyberpunk, Deus Ex if you played those games.
When will Neuralink start to interface with other devices like wheelchair? It's a great question. We're currently focusing on controlling computers and unlock independence in the virtual world. Of course, our plan is, as we mentioned earlier, robotic arm and wheelchair, unlock independence in the physical world. This, of course, add additional risk if you make mistakes with your computer. There's some additional risk to that, but we are working with the FDA to allow us to do.
Well, it seems like if the wheelchair has an
app,
the wheelchair just needs to have an interface.
It does, yeah.
So if the wheelchair has a Bluetooth interface, you could just Bluetooth interface to the wheelchair.
Yeah.
And that's probably something we should do
pretty
soon.
It's really a matter of paperwork, of showing that you don't want to drive off a cliff.
I think we can limit the speed, so it doesn't go careening off into disaster.
Yeah.
But so just make it go slowly at first. But yeah, so being able to really the Neuralink device just should work generally for anything that's got a Bluetooth interface, including potentially an Optimus. Yes, yeah, you could communicate with Optimus. Yep, absolutely. Optimus will also be able to talk to Optimus, but like,
why not just beam it?
But you could just instead of talking, you could just beam it directly. Or if someone has lost the use of speech, then they can still communicate to an Optimus. They can communicate telepathically to Optimus or by Bluetooth, and so even if someone has completely lost the ability to speak, they could still control their computer or phone.
Also, if you have an Optimus and you have a Neuralink, you can just directly map the brain signal to control of the physical arm of the robot, and that's a very meaningful thing. If you're folks that have spinal cord injury, one of the biggest requests is to be able to scratch yourself. It's something that's quite annoying, actually. And if you have a scratch on your face, you can't fall asleep until you scratch it. It's very convenient to be able to move something physically towards you to be able to scratch. Similar things like eating food. If you need somebody to feed you, it's very hard to have dinner with friends in a way that is a normal social experience. And so if you can feed yourself, pick up a fork and actually eat a piece of chicken on your own, that's a big deal. It prevents and saves a lot of interactions with caretakers and other people in your life that you rely on to take care of you. It really increases your...
I think an exciting possibility long-term also is to say, if you take parts of the Optimus humanoid robot and you combine that with a Neuralink, let's say somebody has lost their arms or legs, we could actually attach an Optimus arm or Optimus legs and do a Neuralink implant so that the motor commands from your brain that would go to your biological arms now go to your robot arms or robot legs. And again, you have basically cybernetic superpowers.
Actually, so the latency from the Neuralink to your hand would probably be slightly faster than it is just to go to your physical hand. So you can imagine if you're a piano player or I don't know, anything that requires extremely fast hand movements, that you could actually have a pretty imbalanced right hand robotic arm control versus left hand physical arm control. That's one of them.
Yeah, like I said, it's just a cyberpunk Deus Ex in a future where you have cybernetic upgrades that are actually better than your biological, and certainly we'll have a much, as particularly as we expand to a large number of customers or patients for Neuralink, the understanding of the brain will improve dramatically. because really there isn't a very fine-grained understanding of the brain today because there's just the sensors aren't good enough. You got fMRI, which is pretty good, but it's still not as good as actually having high bandwidth electrodes in the brain.
Yeah, I think this is underappreciated as a research tool to move that whole effort forward of really knowing what the physical substance of human thought is. We don't know to the degree that we need to. So Neuralink is actually a very powerful research tool.
Yeah, I think we can ultimately understand and fix quite severe psychosis, or if somebody's got
like a delusion that they have a chip in their brain.
I was wondering if you're going to mention that one. We just want to be clear, there's only one person with a Neuralink chip in their brain. So for people out there who think we've put a chip in their brain, we'd like to assure you, for what it's worth, you probably won't believe us, but we did not put a chip in your brain, okay? So there's actually a remarkable number of people who think we have put a chip in their brain, but we have not. But in the future, if you would like us to put a chip in your brain, which will perhaps help with the issue of thinking that you have a chip in your brain, then we will be able to do so. There are people that have severe schizophrenia. They've got basically things that their brain is malfunctioning in some way. And this is actually due to really like physical circuitry issues. You can think of the brain as really, it's a biological computer. And if some of the circuits are crossed, it's gonna crash, or it's gonna have issues but with a Neuralink device, we can fix those issues and give someone who has, say, severe schizophrenia or psychosis of some kind, allow them to live a normal life. I think that is one of the likely things in the future. Yeah, you can certainly imagine, I'm sure people have like parents, grandparents who have memory that's not working as well as it used to be. Sometimes they forget who their grandchildren are or what day it is, and this is something that a Neuralink device could help fix.
That's actually one of the personal reasons. In many ways, forms of you're literally losing part of your identity.
Yeah.
Which is a very
And it's really it's a glitch in the biological computer that is a fixable glitch. It's a short circuit essentially.
How does the device charge, and how long does the charge last? Yeah, so the current version that Nolan has, it lasts between 4 to 5 hours on a single charge, and it takes about minutes to charge. One thing we've learned from Nolan is that's actually one of the main limiters for him using it more. It's actually pretty hard to use a product more than like 70 hours a week.
But that's about what he has used it for in some weeks?
Yeah, 70 hours in a week, yeah. Just for context, like you sleep roughly 8 hours a night, so we're doing better than the bed. Like the bed is 56 hours a week of use roughly. And so 70 hours a week of uses. I challenge you to think about products that you've actually used for that duration.
That's again, some of these points are worth like emphasizing again, like that Nolan, our first Neuralink recipient, has used the Neuralink device for 70 hours in a week, which is incredible.
Probably won't enjoy that I'm sharing his computer use publicly, but I assure you it's for productive things only. No. But actually, so one of the things we've learned is that in the next version of the device, we really need to double or increase that battery life. And so I think, DJ, the next version is going to be double.
Without increasing the charge.
Correct. Same charging time, double the battery life, meaning you should get roughly 8 hours of use.
And the goal is to actually get to all day use. So you can just charge maybe in your sleep or a sleeping pillow.
Exactly. As soon as you've got 16 hours of usage, then you basically have 24 hours of usage because it can charge while you're sleeping.
One other thing that's important, I think, to call out here is if you're paralyzed, you can't, put the charger over your head yourself. And so it's important to think about, it's not just a duration of battery use, but also can you recharge it yourself independently? So we spend a lot of time thinking about how to make that feasible, because then that means that you can, and this is what Nolan does, you can use the device, charge it, use the device, charge it, use the device without needing anybody to come in and help you with that, which is a big deal if you're trying to play Civ until 5 a.m. at night when your family's asleep.
And the way in which he does that is that there is a charger coil that's about this big, and we actually put it in the sleeve of a hat.
A little beanie.
Or a beanie, and then he wears it and then says, with the voice command, charge.
Charger energize. That's the one he likes.
How would writing work? Yeah, the current device that Nolan has is reading. So it's trying to read his essentially wrist movement from one hand. That's also worth pointing out. In the future, I think it would be pretty cool to Nolan a second implant that would allow the other hand to be used and also have higher active electrode count. So then you could essentially play games two-handed, because that's normally how you play games. But then with writing, it's really just it's an electrical impulse. Instead of reading electrical impulses from the neurons, you issue an electrical impulse, which is obviously critical for vision. So vision is writing, which is just triggering an electrical impulse in the vision part of the brain, and that activates a pixel. So we actually do have this working in monkeys. We have it working with monkeys for a while now, where you can flash a pixel and then you watch where the monkey, obviously the monkey's a little surprised to see, hey, there's a flash here and a flash there, but gets used to it after a while. But you can see that the pixel is in the right location because the monkey's eyes will dart to that location.
It's not on the screen. There's no pixel on the screen.
There's no pixel on the screen,
There's a pixel in the brain.
Yeah. You just verify that you're triggering a pixel in the right part of the brain. So, the initial resolution for vision will be relatively low, sort of Atari graphics type of thing. But over time, it could potentially be better than normal vision.
Motor applications, as Bliss mentioned, there is
feedback.
Right? There's a proprioceptive feedback. There's a tactile feedback.
Especially for a robot arm, like if you're trying to grasp a cup, you need to know you got it.
Yeah.
One egg.
Yeah, an egg.
To know.
Yeah. It's a very much a delicate balance of not just initiating the movement, but getting the feedback and controlling it accordingly. So there is a somatosensory cortex that's right adjacent to motor cortex that could be motor movements.
Any changes in neural growth after the device is inserted? We don't see any signs of neural damage, but I guess we have seen some rebound on some of the electrodes, right?
Correct. And then also, brain is very plastic.
It's not that plastic.
It does diminish quite a bit after age 20.
Throughout childhood, especially when you get to about 25, brain really done cooking. There is a little bit of damage done with each insertion, but it's a minuscule amount compared to anything else out there. And it's an easy amount of damage to recover from, and it's really only detectable on cutting pieces of the brain after the animal is no longer alive and looking at them under a microscope. You can't really tell during life that there's been any.
Another way to interpret this question, have the changes in neural growth after the device is inserted. One way to interpret that is like the user learning how to use the device. And I think on that side of things, there's been tremendous progress. He's put in hundreds of hours trying to figure out the best way to use this device because he really thinks that if he can figure this out, he can help share this knowledge. He's like on Friday night at 8 p.m., he's starting a session of figuring out himself how to push his own performance to the next level. And that's really a unique learning process because there's not many people in the world that have had the experience of moving something. And so there's a lot of nuance to, okay, how exactly should I imagine or attempt to move my wrist to get the thing to move? Yeah, he's really dialed that into it.
Also just the sheer number of hours that he's using, even in the past 6 months, right?
Yeah.
In many ways, he's using it in his travel, in his plane ride. Effectively, PCI has left the lab.
Yeah.
One of the questions is how close we're converting thoughts into text. Right now, it's more about moving cursor from the screen on a virtual keyboard. But long term, you should be able to really transmit entire words faster than anyone could possibly type.
I'm able to type hello world today, but we're still in the early days of making that a polished experience.
The other things that we're looking at is sign language, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it is a movement of into.
Yeah, that's true.
Was the brain trying to naturally push the threads out? This is a universal feature of any implant in the body. The body tries to reject it, and the goal of the surgeons and the technology team is to fight that. And so with artificial hips and with screws in the spine, we've done a really good job of finding biocompatible materials and techniques to fix those implants in the body. Past a certain age, it's getting hard to find someone without some kind of implant, knee kind of screws in their spine. And so we've got this problem pretty well solved. To answer your question, yes, the body is trying to get rid of any implant, but we can ensure that basically can't.
It's also worth highlighting that the threads have not actually moved in the past 5 months. There's some still minor movements in terms of some maybe getting pushed in a little bit, pushed out a little bit, but it's more or less very stable for. And the reason for that is, once you do a brain surgery, it takes some time for the tissues to come in, and then the scar tissue or the neomembrane to actually come in and then anchor the threads in place. And once that happens, it has been stable and seen much movement.
That's where the world record performance starts to come in.
Yeah, that was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, the threads, it is important that the threads be extremely tiny. If they're extremely tiny, then the brain does not, the smaller they are, the less likely the brain is to react to them. That's why you want the threads to be extremely tiny and also to minimize any damage to neurons.
On that note, we do plan to actually share some of the tissue response in detail in some of the later upcoming updates.
Yeah. It is quite it's challenging on many fronts to do something like this because you're trying to read and write electrical signals, but you need to have the threads themselves need to be electrically isolated and not subject to corrosion in the body. So like the just metal by itself is somewhat subject to corrosion or being attacked. So it's like in terms of the various coatings and things to actually make this electrode work while not actually eroding its performance over time is very difficult.
Human bodies are a very harsh environment.
Very harsh environment.
It's a bag of salt water with bad sensors that's elevated temperature that is well regulated. I'm sure people have experienced dropping their electronic devices in a seawater and in an instant.
So we're going to wrap this up soon. There's like a few last questions. Yes, so a good question. So what about upgrades? So yeah, we do think it's going to be important to be able to upgrade the device over time. Just like you wouldn't want like an iPhone 1 stuck in your brain forever. If you've got an iPhone 15, you probably want the iPhone 15, not the iPhone 1. So I think people over time will be able to upgrade their Neuralink. So we'll take the Neuralink device out and put a new one in. And we have done this with some of our animals, and they've actually, in one case we did it with, we upgraded a device 3 times and with a pig.
We did it with a monkey as well.
Oh, monkey,
He's
yeah.
able to do PCI.
Yeah, so, and monkey's doing fine.
Yeah, Pager has the latest implant.
Yeah. Actually hit his record though last.
Yeah, with an upgrade.
It still beat him though.
Still beat him. Yes, this is true. Humans are top of the species leaderboard right now.
Page is like what, like 8 or something?
Page is like 8.5 BPS.
Okay.
Well, that's a very high score.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to put Pedro down. And also to train a monkey to do that is like a whole challenge on its own. We have the best animal care team.
Yeah, I just do want to emphasize we do our absolute best to take care of the animals. And when we had a USDA inspector come through, she said that this was the nicest animal facility she's ever seen in her entire life.
They
So
do breakfast on an app.
the monkey orders room service.
Yeah, I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, we have monkey room service, which is rare. We're the only ones who offer monkey room service. We really do everything we can to maximize the welfare of the animals. All right, with that, thank you everyone for tuning in. I hope you found this interesting.
That was fun. So I don't know why, but I feel like playing video games today. But a bit later. Told you, IWM. What happened to the yen? Ooh, look at that. Nice. What are we? Four. We'll do some gaming too. Because why not? Now, I also Tesla. Let's watch. I wanted to watch from the AIP con. Good morning, Happy Mulal. Here.
Surface better and better and better and give you a distinct advantage. And then lo and behold,
Yeah, give me a sec, guys. Un secondo, s'il vous plaît. Oops.
Please welcome CEO and co-founder of Palantir, Dr. Alex Karp.
The terrible music is my fault. I requested no dental music. I don't know if people here were the last time, and I said no dental music, and now we went to like, I don't know, dungeon, something bad happens to you. It's like, yeah, welcome to the new world. Well, obviously, we are delighted to have you here.
Good morning to everybody joining us.
AIP just over a year ago. Our central thesis around what would make AI valuable was really taken from a lot of our insights on the battlefield and some insights commercially, but basically, what are the core challenges to managing algorithmic actions where lives are at stake? And then the core insight that differentiated us was actually somewhat philosophical, which was in philosophy, you have different kinds of philosophy, but one major trend is like interpretive, which is kind of obvious. But things that are naturally interpretive can never be turned into things that are non-interpretive. And you have a whole school and a whole divide in philosophy going from philosophers people would know, kind of Aristotle, Kant, good and bad. I would say that, you know, we all have our opinions. And then you have philosophers people don't know as well, which you could broadly define as, you know, non-interpretive. They're structures that exist independent of any perception. And there's actually a huge battle going on in the world between those that believe in interpretive and those that don't. And by and large, as a generalization, the non-interpretive people are, in my view, on the wrong side of life. There tend to be the people who somehow believe America should apologize for being a great nation. The West should apologize for being anti-discriminatory, pro-fairness, pro-capital accumulation, and whatever else is on the long list of complete, in my view, BS. By the way, you don't have to agree with all my opinions to be a Palantir customer, and I welcome everyone here. You don't even have to agree with any of them, but you do have to be aware I have them. And we have them. And by the way, the attention to detail at this company is actually an outgrowth of our beliefs. So even if you don't agree with them, you are profiting from them, because the reason why Foundry, Gaia, Meta Constellation, our targeting work, AIP, and most important to you, ontology, actually exist and actually work, was never for capital accumulation. It was to make sure that the people using our products have a structural advantage over the people that don't use our products, primarily first on the battlefield, but then in commercial. We are fully aligned with our partners. And that alignment of we want you to win is actually what gets this very complicated, very difficult concatenation of some of the most talented and difficult people in the world to build products and then deploy them and then listen to your customer response.
Don't put my face on him again.
To
my face.
What is an ontology? Why has the whole world misunderstood where LLMs are valuable and where they're not valuable. And basically, why is everyone trying to sell you something that is like kind of the equivalent of talking to a reasonably smart person who entered high school, which is interesting, but is not going to allow you to change your business? And why have they not understood that you should build something that would allow you to work with this interpretive, generative thing called a large language model, but in a way where you can actually impose the knowledge from it, the logic of your business, the understanding of your business inside the architecture of a modern enterprise. Every modern enterprise in the world has an architecture, security architecture, a way in which you see the world, insights that allow you to manage your business, insights that you've acquired that are crucial to the way you build and win and conduct things, insights that your engineers have, insights that people in your business need to maintain even when people leave, insights that you need to get people to understand, so non-engineers understanding engineering processes. Why have people why are there so few products? It's like you have the chips, they create the LLM, and then de facto you need something like an ontology. And why did we build it? Because we had a realistic understanding of the intersection between insights, a raw resource that needed to be used as a raw resource, large language models, and the complicated architecture of your business, both from a security and from an insights, the way in which you join the data, the way in which the data is actually siloed, the way in which you control who sees what, who does what, under what circumstances, that is the precursor for any enterprise, any society working. And at the end of the day, it's that product that has powered us from no clients to 70 people here presenting and hundreds of people interested, and is going to power both this company and, quite frankly, those that adopt, especially in America, into a superior position. Because in the end, you have products, your business, chips, and ontology. And that is how you get these things to work. And so I like of course, you can have these ideas in theory, and we had them in various portions as the tech didn't really exist. When we built PG, we were trying to deal with some of these issues, and the tech wasn't there, and the tech wasn't there until recently. But it is incredibly gratifying, unbelievably gratifying, to then see these things in action on the battlefield, where these things have actually saved and on occasion taken lives, in your enterprises, where we see people who are getting extraordinary value, and also then the fact that people come here and speak in public about it is just incredibly motivating to me, because again, it shows you have this idea, the idea is uniquely suited to making the best people in the world, companies in this country especially, but all over the world, the West, our military and intelligence service better and better and better, and give you a distinct advantage. And then lo and behold, despite the fact no one believed, except for our retail investors and me, it actually works. And it works in a context where I think if you talk to other people about what they're doing with these things, you'll find that it's a lot of self-pleasuring and no fun. Yeah. You know what it's like to be a Palantirian in high school. So in any case, with that, I'm super happy to have you here. I feel very honored. I hope you have a lot of fun and learn a lot. And it should be a forum where you can exchange with us and with others what you liked and didn't like. And I hope to see everyone again soon. And thank you very much for coming.
Please welcome Senior Vice President, Digital Strategy and Membership at AARP, Sami Hassenia.
Good morning. It's an honor and pleasure to be with all of you today. When I agreed to do this, I did not know I was going to go after Dr. Karp. I wish I was last, not second. But having said that, I'm really honored to be with you today and looking to share with you what we are doing at AARP using the Palantir platform, and also looking to connect with you and learn from you throughout the day here today. So let's jump into it. At AARP, we are an organization of about 37 million members, but we're first and foremost a social mission organization. So our mission is to help people choose how they live as their age, and we advocate in areas like health, finance, and fun. AARP can be fun too, for those of you who know about us a little bit. So the challenges that we have is that we're running, just like most of you, multi-channel, omni-channel, whichever channel communication paradigm you want to use in terms of reaching our customers, reaching our members, helping them fulfill the mission that we have at AARP, and really share the value that we have with our customers on an everyday basis. So whether that's on the web, whether it's through email, whether it's through our publication. Our magazine is the largest circulating magazine in the United States, going to 23 million households 6 times a year. So we've got a lot of data. We have a lot of information about our members. We have a lot of members. We have over 3+ billion touch points on a digital ecosystem to manage. And how do we do that? It's really hard to make these decisions in real time using the current platforms or the platforms we used to have. How do we evaluate the value of our campaigns? How do we evaluate the value of our customers? How do we make sure we're giving them the right value in the right moments that we are engaging with them? And that's the expectation. You have all of those expectations from the brands you do business with every single day. So how do we predict? How do we understand what context you have? Where are you in the life cycle of your relationship with AARP? And hence, leveraging the Palantir platform has been really terrific for us. So we've ingested a lot of data from across our enterprise, whether it's marketing data, whether it's data about our value. So we've taken our value and we've attached metadata to it so that we can allow models and AI to actually generate value irrespective of channel, and we can manifest it at the channel on a regular basis. It's one thing to have data, it's one thing to have insight, but can you act on those insights at that touch point in the moment that the customer is actually engaging with you? And we've got to make those decisions in, I guess, milliseconds. We used to have 6 weeks to make those decisions when we talk about how we did that 10 years ago. Now we've got to make those decisions in milliseconds. So Foundry and AIP have been terrific for us. We actually launched the first prototype within 45 days. And that was just amazing from my perspective. So before Palantir, if you came, this is one example, if you came to our member benefits channel on our website, all of you would get exactly the same benefits and exactly the same experience, right? So mapping our data, taking all those touch points, we actually feed Palantir all our clickstream data every single day in real time. So a click on our website, a click on our app, a click on an email, irrespective of what the engagement is actually fed into the channel and then produces targeted, personalized experiences for every single one of our members across 29 million unique visitors on a monthly basis, for example, in our app. But we're doing this in every digital ecosystem. And the data and the ability to actually react to it and make business decisions has really transformed how we think about marketing and communication and how we fulfill the mission at AARP. And the ability to make decisions in real time is really the critical piece. Our ability to create digital twins that simulate the business that we're in terms of how we serve the social mission of the organization and make decisions in real time is what the platform brings to us. So leveraging also AIP, we're looking to change how we go through a renewal cycle, understanding where you are in your relationship with AARP and delivering that right slice of AARP in the right moment to help us fulfill the mission and deliver value to you as a member, but also broaden your relationship with AARP so that you understand the other things that we bring on a daily basis to help you live the best life. So what is it that we're looking to do? So we're looking to move from a highly static, we run a model, we score our database, we execute, we wait 6 months to see what happens, and then we collate a lot of information, we argue amongst ourselves, to moving towards a much more dynamic, empowered workforce that can see the risks, they can see the challenges, better understand what our consumers are interested in, and deliver that right slice of AARP to our membership base and our audience, and also better understand the gaps that we have in our value proposition and try to make those decisions in real time. So better optimize and automate the work that we do and how we do it, because as a not-for-profit organization, every dollar counts, and how we spend our dollars on behalf of our members and our audience is really critical. So automation and optimization of how we execute and then deliver that right value to the customer in the right moments. And with that, I thank you for your attention and time and look forward to connecting with you. Thank you very much.
Please welcome Chief Data Officer at Sompo Japan, Akiko Murakami.
Thank you for having me today. So I'm Akiko Murakami. I'm a Chief Data Officer of Sompo Japan Insurance. So my career starts as a researcher in AI, especially in the natural language processing area, and later transitioned into the software engineering, and doing AI-related things over 20 years. So I'm familiar with AI. So I am so excited to hear that AIP is now available on Foundry. So today I am honored to be here and share our experience. So before diving into the contents, let me introduce the company first. Sompo Japan Insurance is the part of a Sompo Holdings group, which operates in the various sectors, including the worldwide P&C insurance, life insurance, elderly care business, and digital business. So the Sompo Japan Insurance handles the P&C business in Japan, and it is the largest company within the group with a 135-year history. So at Sompo Japan Insurance, we leverage the Foundry extensively for decision-making at sales branches, underwriting processes, and the claims handling process, like the disaster response and more. So today, I'd like to talk about how
It's so hard to understand her, though. No offense.
Underwriting process. So I would like to explain what the underwriting process in the insurance is. So underwriting in insurance is the process of evaluating the risk of insuring the person or asset and determining the appropriate premium and conditions. This is a very critical process as it determines the profitability of our business and whether we can continue providing our good service and peace of mind for all of our customers. So the Foundry enables our underwriters to make right decisions based on the key information, such as the various resources, such as the internal document, contract terms, and historical information on accidents. So premium calculation and simulation can be performed to consider the various types of scenarios. So many simple tasks are already automated, and the underwriters can focus on the process where their expertise has the most impact. So what was the impact? So over the last 3 years, we have seen the $60 million improvement in profit. And we expect an additional $100 million over the next 3 years due to the 3 main focuses. The first, we implemented more appropriate pricing based on the accurate data, supported by a holistic view of the data, various types of data, and logic, the AI working behind the scenes. Secondly, the sales representative can properly explain the reason of the premium, especially for the value is higher than the last year. Finally, there was a huge improvement in efficiency in the underwriting task, obtaining the right information at the right time. Okay, so now we have to understand the impact. Let's see what this looks like in practice. So here is the demo version of the underwriting application that including the under development functions. Underwriters review the incoming policy requests, which are now automatically placed into the one of the companies with Foundry, into the 3 patterns, and the prices raising additional attention, AIP justified prices, and approval, rule-based approved prices. The key differentiator with AIP is now we can provide the guidance in complex policy requests by putting together all the information at the same time. First, the AIP analyzes all the information for new policy requests and identify all the relevant underwriting standards, which are all set by the company. Additionally, the AIP searches all the conversation between the sales representative and the customer, so their previous claims and their industry. So based on this information, the risk class can be provided into the premium pricing algorithm and the rising the suggested minimum premium. So considering all the details of the AIP can provide the suggested action plan. In this case, it suggests the request more client information and increasing the salesperson's suggested premium amount. AIP suggests will not always be correct, since that the human in the loop is required. The most important part is that the users to capture the feedback and improve the future responses. So finally, the underwriters can submit their response by providing a justification of their decision and the full details of the policy request and the responses, and will be written up to the shared with the agency. Okay, so let's conclude my presentation. So as you've seen in this video, our AI-powered underwriting workflow is enhancing efficiency and collaborations and improve the decision-making for both sellers and underwriters. So Foundry and AIP have significantly improved the efficiency of our process and reduced manual work, and enabled the underwriters to focus on the very complex cases. So we are so excited about we are already being able to do, and even more excited for what the future holds. Thank you very much.
Please welcome CEO at Northwind Technical Services, Mike Bosworth.
Good morning. I want to thank all the people from Palantir and everybody here for the opportunity to get to talk to you this morning. So my name is Mike Bosworth. I'm CEO and founder of Northwind Technical Services. Our company is located in very rural Kansas. That would be flyover country for most of the people in this room. Our company is headquartered in Sabetha, Kansas. We have offices in Lenexa and San Jose, Costa Rica as well. We employ about 85 people, and Northwind is a specialized engineering company, and we design, build, and program and control systems that automate entire factories. Northwind provides these control systems to both end users who are building these plants and to the equipment manufacturers that are providing the machines that go into these. We have a worldwide customer base, although we focus our marketing efforts mostly on North and South America. We are the leading integrator in the pet food, plastics, and some specialty food markets. If you have a pet, we've likely helped produce the food that you give it every day. If you have indoor plumbing, we've likely helped make the pipe that brings the fresh water in and takes the wastewater out. If you've eaten a pizza, we might have helped make that too. So, with this diverse customer group spread across a wide geography, there is one common problem that all of them are seeing. They have a skilled labor shortage. There was a recent survey done by Althea, and it found the following problems. About 10% of the industries were reporting that they couldn't attract young people into their company. Another 13% were suffering from high turnover rates. 14% couldn't hire the people at all. 28% said the employees that they did find didn't have the right skill sets. And last of all, they all were finding that the labor costs were increasing. So why AIP? One function of every control system is to provide the human operator a contextual feedback on a very complex and data-intensive process. We believe the AIP platform is an excellent tool for people to use to make better, more timely decisions. So, with that labor shortage problem in mind, we are designing a tool to give employees the skills and abilities of an expert. We're going to focus on two modules here today, our Plant IQ Assistant and Alarm IQ. So we're going to give an example now of how this would work in an actual factory. So I'm a new operator. I've been tasked with transferring flour from a silo to a use bin. I was trained on this process, but I would like clarification on exactly what I need to take. So I asked Plant IQ, what are the steps I need to do to fill a use bin? And it responds with a list of steps, and then finally some additional references that I can look at to understand my exact task. Now that I understand what I have to do, I want to know a little bit more about the sequence of operations, so I follow up with another question. What are the control steps of the equipment sequences? It goes out, it finds that, and gives me a step-by-step list of exactly what the controls are doing from an equipment standpoint. With a little bit of additional investigation, I can go in and look at the manuals and find out more about that process. So I finally get the system started and walk away for a short break, and while I'm gone, another operator comes in and makes an adjustment to the system. What it turns out they did is they put an airlock in manual, sped it up, walked away, and left. And as you can see from here, what that ended up doing is it overfed the system, it starts bringing the system to high pressure, and eventually it's going to fault. Well, when I return, I need to understand what happened that caused the system to fault. So after sifting through all the real-time data that came in from the plant, the operator actions, the alarms, the pressure readings, all of that from the plant, the AIP concluded that this fault was likely due to an operator changing that set point. When we fed our model this information and got that answer back, that was the real wow moment for us. We had hoped that we could get something like this where it would look at the controls and give us an accurate answer, but this was pretty special. So, the payoff for us. We're embedding this technology into our Northwind software products, and our customers will gain access to some very sophisticated AI tools as a result. We believe these tools will empower their employees to make better, more timely decisions and make their companies more profitable. So, in conclusion, I want to leave you with these three things. We chose Palantir because their products are absolutely best in the class. We partnered with Palantir because their core values match with Northwind's core values. And last, we win with Palantir because this relationship will make us a better competitor. Thank you very much.
Please welcome from Tampa General Hospital, CEO John Corris and Chief Digital and Innovation Officer Scott Arnold.
Morning, everyone. It's absolutely, we're delighted. I'm John, by the way, and this is Scott. We're delighted to spend a few minutes with you to talk a little bit about our journey with Palantir. I'm going to talk a little bit about the strategy, contextualize the work a little bit. Scott will then spend a little bit of time on some of the improvements we've made in our health system, and we're really a microcosm of what's going on around the country. So our general attitude is if you can do it in TGH, or in Florida Health Sciences Center, which is our organization. You can do it anywhere in the United States. What we'd like to start, or what I'd like to start with, off with, is just a little bit of context. So in our country right now, quality in healthcare is average, okay? Quality, clinical outcome, safety, it's average at best. There are systems across the country that are doing incredibly important work and making impact in their communities, but we're not moving the needle at a national level. And when you look at cost is stagnant. It fluctuates somewhere between 17 and 21% of the GDP, and that's not sustainable. The trajectory that quality is on and cost is on, they're not sustainable. Something has to change, and something has to change at scale. We believe that one of the ways to do this, not the only way, but one of the ways to do this, is to engage organizations like Palantir in leveraging data and moving very, very quickly. So here's the beginning of our journey, recognizing that what I just shared with you is sort of the backdrop of our challenges, not just at TGH and Florida Health Sciences, but also across the country. We started to begin a journey to look at kind of ways to get after this. Healthcare is a data-rich industry, but what tends to happen in healthcare organizations across the country and quite frankly across the world, when I travel globally, the problems are similar. We have lots of data, we don't know what to do with it. Our journey at TGH is to take data, turn that into information, take that information, turn that into knowledge, take that knowledge and then act on it, put it in the hands of clinicians and operators so they can make decisions, they can make improvements, and they can do that in a sustainable, reproducible way and build real resiliency in the health system, and to do that at scale and quickly. We started that journey. I shared a book that I read through my doctorate called Competing on Analytics, the new science of winning. It's a wonderful book. It's a dry read. I joke with Scott. He might have been the only one on my team that read the book cover to cover besides me. But it started us to think a little bit differently. So what Scott's going to do, he's going to take us through a few of our improvements, and then I'll finish things up in a moment.
Thank you, John. And I think what you can see is when you make leveraging analytics a strategy that's driven from the very top of the organization with leading with the CEO and all of the executives and including all of the layers and levels of management, it's extremely powerful. And in healthcare, we have this horrible habit of not doing as much as we can with data. We're literally sitting on petabytes of data. John's right. We're still figuring out what to do with it, and there's so much we can do with it for research, for taking care of people, for improving our operations. And we started a relationship with Palantir just about 30 months ago, a relationship that was led by our Chief Technology Officer and Chief Data Officer that we expected was going to be a transaction for an analytics platform. But what we got was not that. What we got was a partnership. When those forward deployed engineers kind of came in and matched up with our team, which is a very talented team, both of engineers and physician scientists and operators and frontline team members, incredibly powerful, and in a short amount of time, in just that small time, which in healthcare is a very short time, we've managed to accomplish a lot in that 30-month-ish time span. And this is usually where other health systems, in fact, probably the industry, and these aren't my numbers, this is Gartner, 80 to 90% of these analytic programs tend to fail to execute. And I'm standing here telling you that we are happy that we are not in that grouping. You know, we're not that statistic. We're the other end of it. And in fact, we're just getting started. In this short time, we've created situational awareness for our operators that they never had before on what's going on in a very complicated health system, a very busy academic medical center. We've developed some insights for our service lines that are emerging now. And growing business so that we can see more patients. There are very sick patients that can't get access. And the faster that we move, the more people that we can see, the more people that we can treat, and the healthier we can keep our community. Care pathways, this is a really important one for us. Safety and quality, very front and center to what we do. We're very proud of what we've done with monitoring the treatment protocols for sepsis, which could be a deadly condition for any patient. And just by the act of monitoring the treatment protocol and standardizing it, we've reduced those patients' length of stay by 30% in this short time. And that's less time for a patient to be inside the hospital and then getting out of the hospital and becoming healthy.
And we've also saved hundreds of additional lives through this work, because septicemia is the leading cause of death in any hospital in America. And by leveraging this technology, we're sending people home to their families where otherwise they might have had a different outcome.
Absolutely. That's really one of the most important things that we're doing, unlocking the value of this data. We do things in all parts of our business. We've done things with Foundry that support our revenue cycle. And we've done things with our operations, specifically our post-anesthesia care unit, with predictive analytics to help them put people in beds that come out of either surgery or procedure and find the right beds at the right time. Because you can imagine at a hospital, our main hospital, which is an academic medical center with 1,100 beds, we have at any given time of the day probably 1,200 or 1,300 patients in motion. And it's a constant math problem. And we've done amazing work with Palantir, with our team, to improve the flow. So again, we get patients in the right place at the right time. And finally, I would say we've done a lot to help, support our clinical staffing and environmental services just by doing some math to help them do some things that were really kind of manual tasks before. They were long division by hand, and we're supporting our leaders now with information and insight so that they can staff their team correctly and lower the cost of healthcare. So looking ahead, some of the next things ahead, we've got a long list of what's next. Because we've got such a long list and we've had really great success so far, and we've got a strong team around it and a great partnership with Palantir, we've extended that partnership by 7 years. We just signed a new 7-year agreement to help us.
Zach is taking a little dip,
really
guys.
kind of keep going and work down through that long list of things that we want to do. And we are very aggressive about strategy and some of the things that we want to do. Palantir is going to be front and center for everything that we do to accelerate everything that we want to do going forward. And with that, I'm going to hand it back over to John as he wraps up to tell you a little bit about an exciting piece of our next chapter with Palantir.
Thanks, Scott. So as the CEO of the health system, Palantir is a strategic differentiator for us. So it's not just improving service outcome and cost for the organization and for the patients that we serve, and that's a little over 6 million patients that we are responsible for in our community, but it has become, their teams have become strategic, and they're helping us differentiate the work that we're doing in the community and across the state, and in some cases across the country. Not only did we sign a 7-year deal a few weeks ago, and we recently, I think yesterday, we announced it, but they're also coming into our medical and research.
I think this is a short-term. Yeah, I think this is a short-term top for the markets, probably. Because we're dropping on good news. Yeah, markets are dumping. This is probably, yeah, this looks like the short term top till the end of the summer, and then we go higher. But yeah, till the end of the summer, this might be it. Oh, and Tesla is dropping because they're delaying their robotaxi unveiling. Okay. Let me just post this on my Facebook team. People don't panic that the markets are selling. Bueno. Yeah, guys, as I posted, no panic. I told you what I think. Ooh. Nice dip buying opportunity, by the way, today, all across the markets, huh? Let me see. Let me see. Is there anything nice for shopping today? Ooh, Iris Energy. Okay, I'm just doing some shopping. Where's my food? I ordered quesadilla. Sorry for the... Okay, some music while you're waiting for me to do my little portfolio changes, guys. Okay, done. For now. Obviously. This is the new company I'm thinking of, one of the companies I'm thinking to buy. ACMR. Research. ACM basically, ACM research. To provide the cleaning equipment and stuff, so semiconductor manufacturing. And they're growing quite fast. Good damn, iron is dumping. Huge. London Bridge is falling down. Let's see. made some portfolio changes. Yeah, it's 6. As you can see, we're bleeding all around, so I'm surprised that ZACK is bleeding too. Markets are bleeding, obviously ZACK is going to bleed. Russell, IWM, you're just performing like a beast, like we expected, so that's good. That's what's here. Sour cream, obviously. My sour cream and my quesadilla. Okay. Meanwhile, while I'm eating, let's go watch Dr. Carp video that we were watching, the Palantir video.
This is a picture of the city of Tampa. This is a cluster of services that are represented in Tampa General Hospital, USF, University of South Florida, and USF Health. Palantir will have a flag and help us build our innovation center for the future so we can continue to grow, continue to expand, continue to innovate for our industry. Because what we want to also do is share the great work that is being done across the ecosystem. It's been wonderful being with you. Thank you for your time and enjoy your day.
Please welcome Head of Corporate Development at Palantir, Sasha Smithing.
One more round of applause for the first half of speakers. This is our fourth AIPCon inside of 12 months. We have more than 70 customers speaking on this stage, giving demos, leading hands-on keyboard sessions throughout the afternoon. And we're so excited to be here to share that community with you. I've been at Palantir for 9 years, and a lot has changed in that period. The existence of a product, let alone multiple products. The existence of a commercial business, particularly in the US. And custom period, there is a lot that hasn't changed and that will never change. The ambition of our customers, the relentless, often annoying pursuit of our engineers, and the impact that that combination has on our security and on our well-being. It's our honor to foster that community, to share it with you, for you to share it with each other. And so to that end, we're going to give those of you in the room about 30 minutes to take a break, meet each other, connect with each other. And as the first ever AIPCon exclusive for those of us on the live stream, both on YouTube and on X, we've got a few familiar faces joining me for a backstage pass live from the AIPCon floor. We'll see you back here soon.
I forgot the music, sorry.
And we've done amazing work with Palantir, with our team, to improve the flow. So again, we get patients in the right place at the right time. And finally, I would say we've done a lot to help, support our clinical staffing and environmental services just by doing some math to help them do some things that were really kind of manual tasks before. They were long division by hand, and we're supporting our leaders now with information and insight so that they can staff their team correctly and lower the cost of healthcare. So looking ahead, some of the next things ahead, we've got a long list of what's next. Because we've got such a long list and we've had really great success so far, and we've got a strong team around it and a great partnership with Palantir. We've extended that partnership by 7 years. We just signed a new 7-year agreement to help us really kind of keep going and work down through that long list of things that we want to do. And we are very aggressive about strategy and some of the things that we want to do. Palantir is going to be front and center for everything that we do to accelerate everything that we want to do going forward. And with that, I'm going to hand it back over to John as he wraps up to tell you a little bit about an exciting piece of our next chapter with Palantir.
Thanks, Scott. So as the CEO of the health system, Palantir is is a strategic differentiator for us. So it's not just improving service outcome and cost for the organization and for the patients that we serve, and that's a little over 6 million patients that we are responsible for in our community, but it has become, their teams have become strategic, and they're helping us differentiate the work that we're doing in the community and across the state, and in some cases across the country. Not only did we sign a 7-year deal a few weeks ago, and we recently, I think yesterday, we announced it, but they're also coming into our medical and research district. This is a picture of the city of Tampa. This is a cluster of services that are represented through Tampa General Hospital and USF, the University of South Florida, and USF Health. Palantir will have a flag in and help us build our innovation center for the future so we can continue to grow, continue to expand, continue to innovate for our industry. Because what we want to also do is share the great work that is being done across the ecosystem. It's been wonderful being with you. Thank you for your time, and enjoy your day, everybody.
Please welcome Head of Corporate Development at Palantir, Sasha Spivak.
One more round of applause for the first half of speakers. This is our 4th AIPCon inside of 12 months. We have more than 70 customers speaking on this stage, giving demos, leading hands-on keyboard sessions throughout the afternoon. And we're so excited to be here to share that community with you. I've been at Palantir for 9 years, and a lot has changed in that period. The existence of a product, let alone multiple products, the existence of a commercial business, particularly in the US, and customers who want to talk about what we're doing together. But in that same period, there is a lot that hasn't changed and that will never change. The ambition of our customers, the relentless, often annoying pursuit of our engineers, and the impact that that combination has on our security and on our well-being. It's our honor to foster that community, to share it with you, for you to share it with each other. And so to that end, we're going to give those of you in the room about 30 minutes to take a break, meet each other, connect with each other. And as the first ever AIPCon exclusive for those of us on the live stream, both on YouTube and on X, we've got a few familiar faces joining you for a backstage pass live from the AIPCon floor. We'll see you back here soon.
Invited me to get an exclusive behind-the-scenes look on AIPCon and see how they do what they do. Now, for the previous 3 AIP conferences, usually when we had a coffee break in person, Palantir's online stream kind of just shut down. And in true Palantir spirit, they wanted to innovate, push the envelope further. So now for the 4th edition of AIPCon, I get the honor and privilege of moderating a panel for the next 25 minutes to actually
No, they have not noticed me yet.
Please welcome President of Divergent Solutions at Jacobs, Shannon Miller.
Good morning. Personally, Dr. Karp, I like the bass. That music kind of gets me going, so I'm glad we had that again. Great to hear all the conversations that people have been having around how they're continuing to advance the development of Palantir on their platform to drive business decisions. So first of all, thank you for having us here again today. On behalf of the entire Jacobs family, we are so excited to share some of the advancements and developments that we're making on the Foundry platform and with AIP with our partnership with Palantir. For those of you that aren't that familiar with Jacobs, yet, we are one of the world's largest engineering and technology service providers across the world. And our business started with deep engineering roots, really in the chemical process industry. And over the course of nearly 8 decades, we've expanded into many different markets. Most iconic projects that you see on the world stage, Jacobs has had the opportunity to help bring that to life. Whether that's through scientific discovery with launching Artemis to the moon, developing new materials and science elements around NASA, that's core and parcel to what we do, as well as major program delivery to deliver new critical infrastructure to bring water from the Central Valley in California down to the south, whether it's a major Olympics program that we're helping deliver in places like London, bringing World Cup soccer to Qatar or Dubai Expo. We're a part of all of that. And then also in places like advanced manufacturing, we help deliver semiconductor chips to our clients, and we are very proud and joyful that we were able to help a lot of our pharmaceutical customers deliver COVID vaccines. And we do this every day, and our business is really around making our clients' businesses better businesses. And so our purpose at Jacobs is to challenge today to reinvent tomorrow. And we do that by solving some of the world's toughest challenges on the world stage with an aim to create a more connected and sustainable world. You can find us on www.jacobs.com. All right. So just about 2 years ago, we launched our partnership with Palantir, and we joined forces specifically to look at how we can revolutionize wastewater management systems. And although some of you also might not think about the excitement that we can drive in this area, we're highly focused on taking things like reducing energy to fundamentally reduce the carbon footprint. We're helping solve chemical usage challenges. And of course, like many people have talked about here today, solving the continued challenge with bringing talent, attracting and retaining talent in the workforce. And of course, our core focus is to make sure that everybody goes home safer and better off than when they started each workday. And so for this is top of mind. It's obviously top of mind for our customers. And with the Palantir platform, along with Jacobs' smart algorithms, we've been able to arm plant management staff and operators with the necessary data and science to help them enable their work with proactive data, data-driven operations to help them maximize performance, drive cost savings, and help us create that more connected and sustainable world. So I wanted to share with you just a couple examples from last year, really exactly a year ago this week, when we talked about some of the work that we're doing in wastewater treatment. And so the first one, if you think about rising sea levels, stronger and more frequent hurricanes, and of course the flooding that continues to increase, are just
Disclaimer.
by downloading from or viewing material on this website. We are short Iris Energy Limited, IREN, the company, a Bitcoin miner that now promotes itself as a high-performance...
Okay, so what happened is there's a new short report on a company I own. So a research firm basically says that one of the company I own is shit, basically. And now let's find out why.
We are short Iris Energy Limited, IREN, the company, a Bitcoin miner that now promotes itself as a high-performance computing, HPC, data center play. IREN was founded in 2018 as a Bitcoin miner, but now in 2024 claims its facilities have always been primed for HPC, touting, for example, that, from day one, we've built out our facilities as multi-decade high-performance data centers with no cutting corners. This narrative is entirely contrived. IREN's facilities were all constructed and commissioned prior to April 2023. But IREN's convenient HPC pivot kicked into high gear in June 2023, just 3 months after the launch of ChatGPT-4. Our analysis further shows that IREN's flagship Childress build-out lacks numerous features that are critical to HPC applications. Company CEO Daniel Roberts, who lives on the other side of the planet in Sydney, Australia, has promoted IREN shares incessantly on multiple paid interview platforms. This narrative is entirely contrived. IREN's facilities were all constructed and commissioned prior to April 2023. But IREN's convenient HPC pivot kicked into high gear in June 2023, just 3 months after the launch of ChatGPT. IREN was founded in 2018 as a Bitcoin miner, but now in 2024 claims its facilities have always been primed for HPC, touting, for example, that, from day one, we've built out our facilities as multi-decade high-performance data centers with no cutting corners. This narrative is entirely contrived. IREN's facilities were all constructed and commissioned prior to April 2023. But IREN's convenient HPC pivot kicked into high gear in June 2023, just 3 months after the launch of ChatGPT-4. Our analysis further shows that IREN's flagship Childress build-out lacks numerous features that are critical to HPC applications. Company CEO Daniel Roberts, who lives on the other side of the planet in Sydney, Australia, has promoted IREN shares incessantly on multiple paid interview platforms. However, behind the scenes, starting in February 2024, both Daniel and his company CEO and brother will have started selling their own shares for the first time since the company's IPO. There's a term for this. Since 2020, IREN has burned $716 million in cash and funded this charade by diluting investors to seemingly no end. Share count has exploded 12 times in the past 4 years. We believe IREN is a painfully transparent stock promotion that will unravel as investors realize the company's HPC claims are nonsense and IREN remains a cash-guzzling machine. IREN talks a big game of its HPC plans, but ultimately seems entirely disinterested in actually doing what it takes to compete in the space. Look no further than IREN's own financials. The company has spent less than $1 million per MW to build out its existing footprint, and tells investors it will complete the Childress build for a similar $1 million per MW figure. Meanwhile, leading operators, analysts, and experts all confirm that the true cost to develop an HPC-ready data center is approximately $10 to $20 million per MW. To analogize, IREN claims that it's set to win the Monaco Grand Prix, but just arrived to the track in a Toyota Prius. Courtesy of Google Bard. 2. Our review of IREN talks a big game of its HPC plans, but ultimately seems entirely disinterested in actually doing what it takes to compete in the space. Look no further than IREN's own financials. The company has spent less than $1 million per MW to build out its existing footprint, and tells investors it will complete the Childress build for a similar $1 million per MW figure. Meanwhile, leading operators, analysts, and experts all confirm that the true cost to develop an HPC-ready data center is approximately $10 to $20 million per MW. To analogize, IREN claims that it's set to win the Monaco Grand Prix, but just arrived to the track in a Toyota Prius. Courtesy of Google Bard. 2. Our review of Childress's technical specifications reveals numerous deficiencies. IREN implies it can build Childress to Tier 3 data center standards or better, which hold at least 1, if not 2 power redundancies, usually in the form of batteries, then diesel generators. However, Childress, which is powered a single transmission line, has zero apparent backup power or uninterruptible power supplies. Yups. IREN's now stuck. Sources say lead times are now at least a year, while we estimate batteries and diesel generators would cost $1 billion or more if IREN were to ever build 600 megawatts in full. IREN claims to have proven that its air cooling will be sufficient for GPU clusters in Texas. This claim is incredibly misleading for 2 reasons. First, IREN has only ever tested GPUs in British Columbia, not Texas, where temperatures are 20 to 40 degrees hotter year-round. Second, our review of the specs on IREN's AI servers suggests that they can only operate up to 95 degrees, as compared to 113 degrees for Antmon or ASICs. As confirmed by the words of one industry consultant we spoke with, if they, IREN, claim that they're doing air cooling in Texas, they're crazy. Iron's clinging to air cooling also stands at odds with numerous HPC-ready data centers we reviewed, which overwhelmingly employ liquid or other next-gen cooling systems in high-density racks. Finally, Iron's air cooling solution will be left in the dust as NVIDIA's next-generation architecture requires liquid cooling. Iron claims that Childress is an attractive asset because of its access to low-cost power, yet this ignores the fact that Iron's low-cost power has historically been a function of BTC mining curtailments and power sales back to the grid. Our review of Childress's technical specifications reveals numerous deficiencies. Iron implies it can build Childress to Tier 3 data center standards or better, which hold at least one, if not two power redundancies, usually in the form of batteries, then diesel generators. However, Childress, which is powered a single transmission line, has zero apparent backup power or uninterruptible power supplies. Yups. Iron's now stuck. Sources say lead times are now at least a year, while we estimate batteries and diesel generators would cost $1 billion or more if Iron were to ever build 600 megawatts in full. Iron claims to have proven that its air cooling will be sufficient for GPU clusters in Texas. This claim is incredibly misleading for two reasons. First, Iron has only ever tested GPUs in British Columbia, not Texas, where temperatures are 20 to 40 degrees hotter year-round. Second, our review of the specs on Iron's AI servers suggests that they can only operate up to 95 degrees, as compared to 113 degrees for Antman or ASICs. As confirmed by the words of one industry consultant we spoke with, if they, Iron, claim that they're doing air cooling in Texas, they're crazy. Iron's clinging to air cooling also stands at odds with numerous HPC-ready data centers we reviewed, which overwhelmingly employ liquid or other next-gen cooling systems in high-density racks. Finally, Iron's air cooling solution will be left in the dust as NVIDIA's next-generation architecture requires liquid cooling. Iron claims that Childress is an attractive asset because of its access to low-cost power, yet this ignores the fact that Iron's low-cost power has historically been a function of BTC mining curtailments and power sales back to the grid. In an HPC environment requiring 99.9% or greater uptimes, we believe Iron would need to form a new power purchase agreement, PPA, at significantly higher costs. While best-in-class data centers position themselves in fiber and infrastructure-rich locales such as Northern Virginia, the Bay Area, or Austin, Childress is in a literal and figurative desert. FCC data shows Childress County holds just a single fiber line, an anomaly among other Texas sites such as those from Core Scientific, 22 lines, and Elon Musk's Gigafactory, 18 lines. In our view, the very fact that Iron decided to build in Childress at all disproves the notion that Iron had ever planned on building anything more than a crypto mining operation, let alone well-equipped, long-term HPC data centers. Iron's misrepresentations don't stop there. The company further claims its undeveloped land and power agreements are worth $5 to $12 million per MW, implying billions in latent value, even as the company spent just $4.70. Iron implies it can build Childress to Tier 3 data center standards or better, which hold at least one, if not two power redundancies, usually in the form of batteries, then diesel generators. However, Childress, which is powered a single transmission line, has zero apparent backup power or uninterruptible power supplies. Yups. Iron's now stuck. Sources say lead times are now at least a year, while we estimate batteries and diesel generators would cost $1 billion or more if Iron were to ever build 600 megawatts in full. Iron claims to have proven that its air cooling will be sufficient for GPU clusters in Texas. This claim is incredibly misleading for two reasons. First, Iron has only ever tested GPUs in British Columbia, not Texas, where temperatures are 20 to 40 degrees hotter year-round. Second, our review of the specs on Iron's AI servers suggests that they can only operate up to 95 degrees, as compared to 113 degrees for Antman or ASICs. As confirmed by the words of one industry consultant we spoke with, if they, Iron, claim that they're doing air cooling in Texas, they're crazy. Iron's clinging to air cooling also stands at odds with numerous HPC-ready data centers we reviewed, which overwhelmingly employ liquid or other next-gen cooling systems in high-density racks. Finally, Iron's air cooling solution will be left in the dust as NVIDIA's next-generation architecture requires liquid cooling. Iron claims that Childress is an attractive asset because of its access to low-cost power, yet this ignores the fact that Iron's low-cost power has historically been a function of BTC mining curtailments and power sales back to the grid. In an HPC environment requiring 99.9% or greater uptimes, we believe Iron would need to form a new power purchase agreement, PPA, at significantly higher costs. While best-in-class data centers position themselves in fiber and infrastructure-rich locales such as Northern Virginia, the Bay Area, or Austin, Childress is in a literal and figurative desert. FCC data shows Childress County holds just a single fiber line, an anomaly among other Texas sites such as those from Core Scientific, 22 lines, and Elon Musk's Gigafactory, 18 lines. In our view, the very fact that Iron decided to build in Childress at all disproves the notion that Iron had ever planned on building anything more than a crypto mining operation, let alone well-equipped, long-term HPC data centers. Iron's misrepresentations don't stop there. The company further claims its undeveloped land, Northern Virginia. Iron's misrepresentations don't stop there. The company further claims its undeveloped land and power agreements are worth $5 to $12 million per MW, implying billions in latent value, even as the company spent just $4.70 million for its 400 megawatts West Texas interconnection deposit in November 2023. Yet Iron bases this claim by blatantly misquoting a Morgan Stanley research note that referred to the value not of land and power, but of fully built infrastructure that could be readily converted to HPC applications, hence saving time against ground-up development. Indeed, the very same Morgan Stanley note estimates ground-up development costs of $12 million per MW, again 12 times what Iron is spending to develop what it claims are similar assets. Nevertheless, led on by these misrepresentations, Iron shares have become wildly overvalued against both M&A comps and publicly traded peers. Iron trades at $7.60 million per MW, reflecting the errant view that the company's MW are tied to HP Creedy data centers. By contrast, recent M&A such as CoreWeave's offer for Core Scientific, Cores, Riot's offer for Bitfarms, BTF, and CleanSpark's CLSK offer for Greed GRDI were at valuations of $2.3 million, $2.6 million, and $2.8 million per MW, respectively. If Iron were to trade at a similar multiple, shares would trade 55% lower. With respect to public peers, again Iron trades at $7.60 million per MW or $450 million per forward MW, against peers at an average $350 million per current MW or $150. The company Iron's misrepresentations don't stop there. The company further claims its undeveloped land and power agreements are worth $5 to $12 million per MW, implying billions in latent value, even as the company spent just $4.70 million for its 400 megawatts West Texas interconnection deposit in November 2023. Yet Iron bases this claim by blatantly misquoting a Morgan Stanley research note. Iron's misrepresentations don't stop there. The company further claims its undeveloped land and power agreements are worth $5 to $12 million per MW, implying billions in latent value, even as the company spent just $4.70 million for its 400 megawatts West Texas interconnection deposit in November 2023. Yet Iron bases this claim by blatantly misquoting a Morgan Stanley research note that referred to the value not of land and power, but of fully built infrastructure that could be readily converted to HPC applications, hence saving time against ground-up development. Indeed, the very same Morgan Stanley note estimates ground-up development costs of $12 million per MW, again 12 times what Iron is spending to develop what it claims are similar assets. Nevertheless, led on by these misrepresentations, Iron shares have become wildly overvalued against both M&A comps and publicly traded peers. Iron trades at $7.60 million per MW, reflecting the errant view that the company's MW are tied to HP Creedy data centers. By contrast, recent M&A such as CoreWeave's offer for Core Scientific, Cores, Riot's offer for Bitfarms, BTF, and CleanSpark's CLSK offer for Greed GRDI were at valuations of $2.3 million, $2.6 million, and $2.8 million per MW, respectively. If Iron were to trade at a similar multiple, shares would trade 55% lower. With respect to public peers, again Iron trades at $7.60 million per MW or $450 million per forward MW, against peers at an average $350 million per current MW or $150 million per forward MW, again implying approximately 50% downside to Iron shares. 3. Iron's purpose-built claims are total nonsense. Iron was never and will never be a primetime HPC data center operator. Iron was founded, however, our review of Childress's technical specifications reveals numerous deficiencies. Iron implies it can build Childress to Tier 3 data center standards or better, which hold at least one, if not two power redundancies, usually in the form of batteries, then diesel generators. However, Childress, which is powered a single transmission line, has zero apparent backup power or uninterruptible power supplies. Yups. Iron's now stuck. Sources say lead times are now at least a year.
There's something wrong with the stream? What's up? There's something wrong with the stream, or? All good? Okay. I was like, I got worried for a second there. Oh. Where's the camera? Here. Ooh, nice. Yeah, nice. Alright, let's continue.
IREN implies it can build Childress to Tier 3 data center standards or better, which hold at least one, if not two power redundancies, usually in the form of batteries, then diesel generators. However, Childress, which is powered a single transmission line, has zero apparent backup power or uninterruptible power supplies. Yups. IREN's now stuck. Sources say lead times are now at least a year, while we estimate batteries and diesel generators would cost $1 billion or more if IREN were to ever build 600 megawatts in full. IREN claims to have proven that its air cooling will be sufficient for GPU clusters in Texas. This claim is incredibly misleading for two reasons. First, IREN has only ever tested GPUs in British Columbia, not Texas, where temperatures are 20 to 40 degrees hotter year-round. Second, our review of the specs on IREN's AI servers suggests that they can only operate up to 95 degrees, as compared to 113 degrees for Antman or ASICs. As confirmed by the words of one industry consultant we spoke with, if they, IREN, claim that they're doing air cooling in Texas, they're crazy. IREN's clinging to air cooling also stands at odds with numerous HPC-ready data centers we reviewed, which overwhelmingly employ liquid or other next-gen cooling systems in high-density racks. Finally, centers position themselves in fiber and infrastructure-rich locales such as Northern Virginia, the Bay Area, or Austin. Childress is in a literal and figurative desert. FCC data shows Childress County holds just a single fiber line, an anomaly among other Texas sites such as those from Core Scientific, 22 lines, and Elon Musk's Gigafactory, 18 lines. In our view, the very fact that IREN decided to build in Childress at all disproves the notion that IREN had ever planned on building anything more than a crypto mining operation, let alone well-equipped, long-term HPC data centers. IREN's misrepresentations don't stop there. The company further claims its undeveloped land and power agreements are worth $5 to $12 million per MW, implying billions in latent value, even as the company spent just $4.70 million for its 400 megawatts West Texas interconnection deposit in November 2023. Yet IREN bases this claim by blatantly misquoting a Morgan Stanley research note that referred to the value not of land and power, but of fully built infrastructure that could be readily converted to HPC applications, hence saving time against ground-up development. Indeed, the very same Morgan Stanley note estimates ground-up development costs of $12 million per MW, again 12 times what IREN is spending to develop what it claims are similar assets. Nevertheless, led on by these misrepresentations, IREN shares have become wildly overvalued against both M&A comps and publicly traded peers. IREN trades at $7.60 million per MW, reflecting the errant view that the company's MW are tied to HP-creedy data centers. By contrast, recent M&A such as CoreWeave's offer for Core Scientific, Cores, Riot's offer for Bitfarms. With respect to public peers, again IREN trades at $7.60 million per MW or $450 million per forward MW, against peers at an average $350 million per current MW or $150. IREN's purpose-built claims are total nonsense. IREN was never and will never be a primetime HPC data center operator. IREN was founded in 2018 and went public on the NASDAQ in November 2021. IREN holds 4 sites located in Canal Flats, BC-MW, Mackenzie, BC-MW, Prince George, BC. IREN was founded in 2018 and went public on the NASDAQ in November 2021. IREN holds 4 sites located in Canal Flats, BC-MW, Mackenzie, BC-MW, Prince George, BC-MW, and Childress, Texas, MW. IREN initially acquired its Childress connection agreement in January 2022, and the site was launched in April 2023 as a Bitcoin mining facility holding 0.6 EHAs and 20 megawatts of capacity. 1. Notably, these facilities were all constructed prior to IREN's convenient mid-2023 pivot to AI. This pivot came as IREN's actual business of Bitcoin mining was imploding, and the company stared down the barrel of the April 2024 halving. IREN's mining efficiency has been decimated. BTC mined per EHS fell from 81.6% to 30.4% in the past year alone.
Wait, everything okay with the stream? I can't see. No, it seems fine. It's all good now. Okay. It's all good now. Okay. It keeps interrupting for me. At least on my phone. Okay, that's different. Now it's fine. Well, on YouTube and on X need to up their streaming game a bit. It's a new feature, but they need to up their game. Nice. Eventually they will. Eventually they will. I'm sure about that. Hmm? Oh, when I was using that either. Okay.
It's starting to sound.
Is this where's Ross? Where's the full interview?
Machine will beat the human being, and oh, by the way, the human being is responsible for 85% of all traffic accidents anyway.
Of course, no, it's
Oh, he's cutting the Ross parts out.
Yeah. Oh, that's amazing.
So incredible, and it really this version 12. Initially, it has.
Why?
Indicators. But if they were an issue, they were an issue back then, and you shouldn't have voted for it.
How do you
I
think?
don't want to tell you all my Trump stories.
Fairness. What's
Hey,
unfair?
we're gonna watch this.
I don't care about surveys. I think surveys are extremely misleading.
That's a terrible answer.
That's why I got invalidated.
I disagree.
I
with
think
you on
I
that.
need a shot of
Just-
tequila.
Just
Somebody
one
get
last
me
thing. One last thing.
But the majority of the board's supposed to be independent, and it's not.
I think this is un-American. I really do.
You're going to want to sit down for this one because this confrontation is real. Mag 6 companies looking to get ahead as entrepreneurs, build a business, you name it. We're doing a mastermind by popular demand. Check it.
I'm going to try to mediate this here. I'm going to start with Kathy. He didn't want to vote for that compensation plan.
No, that's true. I voted for the compensation plan in 2018.
No, it's her turn. He says that he doesn't like paying the richest man in the world more money. What's your response?
That's a terrible answer. No, I'm saying this man committed, and you voted for it, to working for free. No base salary, no bonus, no stock
I mean,
comp.
Kathy owned 20% of the company.
So what? He said, here, I'm going to lay out this plan, and if I achieve this from an operational point of view, this is the compensation package. And I'll tell you what we thought. This was back in 2018, because we had just published our first Tesla model. And I remember saying to our analysts, I said, he's using our model. He thinks we're right. He thinks we're right. I mean, of course, it's all about us. No, I didn't mean that. But he's using our model. He really thinks this is possible when no one thinks this is possible out there. And we had him accomplishing those goals in 5 years. He did them.
Shut up. We all need a shot of
Now
tequila.
you're going to tell him no?
I didn't tell him no at all. In fact, it was Judge McCormick that invalidated the pay package
So
because they
judges
didn't.
are now in charge of corporate compensation.
No, it's not about corporate compensation, Kathy, and I think that's the misperception. It's about corporate governance. And Tesla has a board that is not independent. And it is required by the NASDAQ and Delaware to have an independent board. And what the judge had said was that the package was not negotiated fairly with the board. See, the issue I had and why I voted against it was I thought it would be much more productive for them to do a new pay package than to regurgitate the old one
But
that was shot down.
They could not, ISS said the same thing. Why didn't they cut the pay cap? You couldn't do that legally in this.
Well, you can retroactively add
But
compensation
that's
from the
beside
past.
the point. I shouldn't even have countenance the point because I just don't agree with it. He did it. We've voted once again. The shareholders have voted, and I don't think court and we.
I voted yes, by the way.
Full well, all the governance issues you think were an issue, but if they were an issue, they were an issue back then, and you shouldn't have voted for it.
No, I don't. It's not what I think. It's what the judge in Delaware thinks, and that's why it got
Really?
invalidated.
Oh my goodness.
So what's happened now is it's going back to the judge in Delaware, and just because we revoted for it again doesn't necessarily make it valid either. So that was the problem, is that we're still dealing with this.
You know what's been great about this whole time? Andrew Ross Sorkin on CNBC, and we used to be on the other side of Tesla regularly. He is with us on this. I think this is un-American. I really do.
What's un-American?
To let judges use some esoteric fairness. What's unfair about a stock moving from, I don't even know what on the split basis, $20 to $417? You know, what's
But
unfair
Kathy,
about
once
that?
again, you're not talking about why this happened. This happened because Elon's brother is on the board of directors
And he
and
was
voted
back then,
on,
and you knew
right.
it.
But what I'm saying is that he never went through the process that's required by law to do these things correctly. Why is it so hard to do them correctly?
I disagree with you on that too.
It's not disagree. That's why it got invalidated.
I disagree.
I
with
think
you on
I
that.
need a shot of
Just-
tequila.
Just
Somebody
one
get
last
me
thing.
one.
One last thing. One last thing. One last thing.
I'll have some tequila.
Around the whole 2018 funding secured drama, after that, they elevated Robin Denholm, whom I have known for years. She was at Sun Microsystems, she was at Juniper. I've known her very well. She's from Australia. She suffers no fools. And she and Elon, she is truly independent. They made her the chair after that.
They
So
did.
what-
The SEC did.
So she was made the chair.
So next
What
topic.
does that tell you about governance?
That the SEC forced Tesla to have an independent chair
There
because
you go,
they forced Elon
independent.
off the board. But the majority of the board's supposed to be independent, and it's not. And that hasn't been rectified, and that's what I'm saying. Tesla needs to focus on selling cars. That's their job. The fact that this is the main conversation around Tesla is a failure in selling cars. And that's what we have to deal with next week when they report their numbers, is what are the numbers at Tesla? And so this is all just conjecture either way, and it's a big waste of time if they would have gone through
I don't
things
think
correctly.
it's a big waste in time. I do not think that the courts, I don't
All
think
right.
the courts
Very well.
should
So-
be, I don't think the courts should be determining corporate compensation. Just do not.
So now we're going to go to another thing that you both agree on. You say the economy is great. You say the middle class and lower class is suffering and the Fed has gone too far. You did acknowledge there was a risk that the Fed can go too far. Ross has mentioned that he had trouble booking a hotel because the economy is so well here, doing so well here.
Well, just go outside here.
And you're saying that we're seeing price cuts, we're seeing unit volumes go down, we're seeing a decline in visitation, customers showing up. Let's start, since I started with you, Kathy, I'm going to start with you, Ross. What can you say to Kathy's argument that the middle class and lower class is suffering today?
The Rio is sold out.
Kathy?
This conference might have something to do with that.
It still costs money, and if you walk
Hey, I
around,
want to watch
it's
this
either
again. This was funny.
Kathy. He didn't want to vote for that compensation plan.
No, that's true. I voted for the compensation plan
It's
in
her turn.
2018.
I know, it's her turn. He says that he doesn't like paying the richest man in the world more money. What's your response?
That's a terrible answer. No, I'm saying this man committed, and you voted for it, to working for free. No base salary, no bonus, no stock
I mean,
comp.
Kathy owned 20% of the company.
So what? He said, here, I'm going to lay out this plan, and if I achieve this from an operational point of view, this is the compensation package. And I'll tell you what we thought. This was back in 18, because we had just published our first Tesla model. And I remember saying to our analysts, I said, he's using our model. He thinks we're right. He thinks we're right. I mean, of course, it's all about us. No, I didn't mean that. But he's using our model. He really thinks this is possible when no one thinks this is possible out there. And we had him accomplishing those goals in 5 years. He did them in 3 years. And now you're going to tell him no?
I didn't tell him no at all. In fact, it was Judge McCormick that invalidated the pay package
So
because they
judges
didn't.
are now in charge of corporate compensation.
No, it's not about corporate compensation, Kathy, and I think that's the misperception. It's about corporate governance. And Tesla has a board that is not independent. And it is required by the NASDAQ and Delaware to have an independent board. And what the judge had said was that the package was not negotiated fairly with the board. See, the issue I had and why I voted against it was I thought it would be much more productive for them to do a new pay package than to regurgitate the old one
But
that was shot down.
They could not, ISS said the same thing. Why didn't they cut the pay cap? You couldn't do that legally in this.
Well, you can retroactively add
But
compensation
that's
from the
beside
past.
the point. I shouldn't even have countenanced the point because I just don't agree with it. He did it. We've voted once again. The shareholders have voted. And I don't think and we voted knowing full well all the governance issues you think were an issue. But if they were an issue, they were an issue back then, and you shouldn't have voted for it.
No, I don't, it's not what I think, it's what the judge in Delaware thinks, and that's why it got invalidated.
Oh my goodness.
So what's happened now is it's going back to the judge in Delaware, and just because we re-voted for it again doesn't necessarily make it valid either. So that was the problem, is that we're still dealing with this.
You know what's been great about this whole time? Andrew Ross Sorkin on CNBC, and we used to be on the other side of Tesla regularly. He is with us on this. I think this is un-American. I really do.
What's un-American?
To let judges use some esoteric fairness. What's unfair about a stock moving from, I don't even know what on the split basis, $20 to $417? You know, what's unfair
Kathy,
about
once
that?
again, you're not talking about why this happened. This happened because Elon's brother is on the board of directors
And
and
he was
voted
back then,
on,
and you knew
right.
it.
But what I'm saying is that he never went through the process that's required by law to do these things correctly. Why is it so hard to do them correctly?
I disagree with you on that too.
It's not disagree. That's why it got invalidated.
I disagree
I
with
think
you on
I
that.
need a shot of
Just
tequila.
Just
Somebody
one
get
last
me
thing. One last thing.
I'll have some tequila.
Around the whole 2018 funding secured drama, after that, they elevated Robin Denholm, whom I have known for years. She was at Sun Microsystems, she was at Juniper. I've known her very well. She's from Australia. She suffers no fools. And she and Elon, she is truly independent. They made her the chair after that.
They didn't, the SEC did.
So she was made the chair.
So next
What
topic.
does that tell you about governance?
That the SEC forced Tesla to have an independent chair because they forced Elon off the board. But the majority of the board is supposed to be independent, and it's not. And that hasn't been rectified. And that's what I'm saying. Tesla needs to focus on selling cars. That's their job. The fact that this is the main conversation around Tesla is a failure in selling cars. And that's what we have to deal with next week when they report their numbers, is what are the numbers at Tesla? And so this is all just conjecture either way, and it's a big waste of time if they would have gone through things correctly.
I don't think it's a big waste of time. I do not think that the courts, I don't think the courts should be, I don't think the courts should be determining corporate compensation. Just do not.
So now we're going to go to another thing that you both agree on. You say the economy is great. You say the middle class and lower class is suffering and the Fed has gone too far. You did acknowledge there was a risk that the Fed can go too far. Ross has mentioned that he had trouble booking a hotel because the economy is so well here, doing so well here.
Well, just go outside here.
And you're saying that we're seeing price cuts, we're seeing unit volumes go down, we're seeing a decline in visitation, customers showing up. Let's start, since I started with you, Kathy, I'm going to start with you, Ross. What can you say to Kathy's argument that the middle class and lower class is suffering today?
The Rio is sold out.
Kathy?
This conference might have something to do with that.
It still costs money, and if you walk around here, and these are not the wealthiest people. These are normal people, and they're spending lots of money.
I'm looking at macro indicators. It's what we do just to understand the backdrop. And they are looking worse and worse with time. 3.6% saving rate. You go back to 2008, see that saving rate. When people get worried that they're going to lose their jobs, and today it's not just lower income or middle income, some of these tech jobs, people are losing tech jobs because of AI. When they get worried, the saving rate goes up. It's human nature. I can't spend as much. I need, just in case I lose my job. And I think if you look in the University of Michigan, I think this was the survey, sentiment index, I think 70% of people making more than $100,000 are afraid of losing their jobs. It's skyrocketing here. And I do think technology has something to do with it.
Yeah, and I agree. I think higher income job seekers are seeing a lot less opportunity than lower and middle class income seekers at this moment. And a lot of that has to do with the lack of hiring in many of the major companies. They've stopped hiring. But this is a manufacturing of the Fed. This is exactly what the Fed wants. The Fed wants unemployment to go up. They want job security to go, insecurity to go up, so that employers have a more of a balance with wages and such. So this was the goal of the current policy, to create those indicators. The question is, can they manage this in a way that doesn't cause a recession? And that, I think many people, including yourself, thought that we would have already been in a horrible recession right now.
Well, housing is. Autos are in a funk. I think whatever Tesla reports is
those are
economic.
instant rate, interest rate sensitive.
Office, multifamily, and now we're hitting the consumer. I mean, that's pretty, and capital spending as well. Pretty broad based.
On a third topic.
So I think we can agree that the Fed needs to lower rates.
They definitely do.
Oh, so there's agreement.
There we go. There we go.
They agreed on something at last.
On another
I've
thing
got another
that,
impersonator.
we all agree on.
Derek
well,
Best.
you two agree
That one.
on.
Me?
You just announced that you're going to be voting for Donald Trump.
I'm not supposed to be announcing anything. All I'm saying
She said it was best for the economy.
On economics, he definitely is one of the best
in
in history.
You're going to vote for who would do best for the economy.
That's who I tend to vote for. My compliance department tells me I can't say who I'm going to vote for.
So, you're voting for Trump?
No, I would never vote for Trump. But that has
Very
more to
intelligent
do
and
with
elegant
the
woman, but unfortunately, she's a horrible investor.
I just
horrible.
How do you
I
think?
don't want to tell you all my Trump stories.
How about this?
I have actual stories.
I'll show you what. After, like her funds are losing money all
I
the
grew up in
time.
the Apprentice era.
So did Stormy Daniels.
Once again, I don't want to get into stories that I know about.
So,
but he's not my candidate.
How about for the economy?
I think for the economy, I think Joe Biden's, one of the most regressive economic policies that I've seen in a long time, whether it's the FTC, what you brought up, whether it's this ridiculous support for unions at the expense of corporations, or even sanity. He's created a very difficult environment for businesses, which despite that, we're having a strong economy and not in a recession, even with high interest rates. I don't think there's any doubt that Trump, and his focus on business and the economy is better for business and certainly better for the wealthy.
Are you listening to company reports when they report earnings?
Yes.
Other than the Mag 6? There's a lot of pain out there. There are companies that are very economically sensitive. If you look at UPS revenues, they've been down, not growth rate lower, but revenues actually falling. 3M, we've got China exporting deflation. I think company reports...
China's got a lot of issues.
Company reports, and we have exposure to China, and Europe has exposure to China. I think company reports defy the thought that this economy is doing well. It's just not.
I mean, I think, once again, you're talking about a lot of indicators that are indicative of the future, of where the economy's heading, which is no question slowing.
No, I'm talking about now.
The world I live in, I can't get a reservation anywhere. Everything's booked. There's the biggest travel 4th of July in the history of humans is coming up. So people are traveling and they're spending money. I invest in MGM hotels here. The numbers are 97% occupancy rates with the highest room rates in history. The debt at the Sphere is sold out every night, 6 million a night. The debt is making, they have to keep
very narrow slice.
No, Vegas is America. Everybody in Vegas comes from around the country. You have all strata of people that come here from every income and economic level, every race, every background, and every country. It's one of the most diverse places on earth. If you just walk out here, it's incredible, the diversity.
Why, according to the University of Michigan, are consumers so miserable? like
I don't care about surveys. I think surveys are extremely misleading
No, they're
because
not.
when people fill out surveys, there's biases that are inherent when you fill something out. And I think you have to look at many indicators, and we use a lot of real world indicators, and I spend a lot less time on data. Okay.
Well, you should spend more time on data.
Well, the problem is all the data is hindsight.
Meaning
data has to
I
be
spend less time on
collected
data?
and it's
Come on,
curved.
Ross.
So
That was
by the
such a
time you
stupid
read
thing
it,
to say, man.
It's been
He knows that
collected and
probably.
it's now hindsight. So what we're really trying to say is what's happening moving forward. And
Data
and
is
way
the
we
key.
Do that is by
As I
looking
keep
at
saying,
things like
data
what
is the
people
key.
are actually doing tonight.
So I do that every quarterly report season. I'm on lots of company calls just to learn more about the economy, even if we're not invested in them. They're not doing well, except for the exalted few.
I think as we discussed earlier, I think a lot of small companies are under a lot more financial pressure than mid and large sized companies. But I run a company that's growing and doing phenomenally well, and we work with lots of small businesses that are doing great.
Okay, moving on to another one. Dell? No Dell.
Are you a value investor?
No, not necessarily. I'm a growth investor.
This is innovation.
I've never been called a value investor, but I'll take that as a compliment.
If you
I'm
give
going to go
us,
tell the people in my firm that you called me a value investor.
well, I often say if you give us 5 years, we're a deep value manager.
What do you say to that?
I think value, there's intrinsic value the way Kathy sees it, and she could be 100% correct. I think several of her stocks we own and have tremendous opportunities, and I think the way Kathy looks at the world is very innovative and very futuristic, and I think there's a lot of opportunity when you think that way. I think a lot of investors spend too much time looking at numbers and PE ratios and not enough time thinking about the future, which is what I think ARC does very well. And your team is
It is the team. The team is
yeah,
I
your
have an
team is
amazing
great,
team.
and we've dealt with you guys for many years. So I think that markets are difficult for everybody, and the way markets value different investments at different times varies. And so I think in 20 and 21, there was a lot more premium being paid for growth than we're seeing today. Even NVIDIA trades at 35 forward multiple, which I don't consider a crazy number.
Unless there's a cyclical downturn.
Unless something changes, right. No, and that happens with chip companies, and we all know that. So I think what I try to do that might be different than you is we look for the companies that have the growth rate at the lowest cost for that growth. Where
Yeah, no, she's really good at dialogue and stuff like that. Completely
growth
agree.
rate in the next 5 years is very attractive to us, like a Dell and an Oracle, for example. But we also own ASML, Tesla, NVIDIA, Microsoft, which also have higher valuations.
Very well. So now what we're going to do is we're going to open up to some questions from you all. I actually think it would be great if we had both of you here. We've got about 10 minutes or so. And who has a question? Please come up to the microphone.
Mr. Ross, Mr. Gerber, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I had a question. I was wondering if either of you were familiar with the new book by Robert Pearl called ChatGPT MD, and regarding AI implementation in medical services.
I can talk about, I haven't read the book, maybe our analyst has, but in drug discovery, ChatGPT is creating tremendous opportunities. We're learning things that human beings just hadn't even thought of before. And so it's kind of shaking up that world, which is very exciting. We think that AI, we think, is going to shorten the time between, discovery and development, and so trials, fewer failures. So we think that, and the reason we keep loading up on these multi-omic names is the convergence between DNA sequencing, which I described earlier, artificial intelligence, and some of these new therapies like CRISPR gene editing are going to create an explosion in new therapies, and actual cures. So
what companies do you like the most in this area? In AI and medicine and like
well, all of them are
genetics.
harnessing AI. They have to be, right?
Yeah, I mean, for
in
sure,
terms of their
especially in the
research.
genetic companies where you have so much data.
Right. So, yeah, our largest holding is CRISPR
Right,
Therapeutics.
CRISPR.
Yep. Twist Biosciences in more the synthetic biology space. Intellia, which is also in the gene editing space. Those are three important ones. But have you read the book?
Yeah, it was a very good book. It was a little more focused on ChatGPT assisting doctors in providing services directly to patients
Oh,
and
that
medical
makes
records.
sense. Oh, well, our chief futurist, Brett Winton, half of his face was just almost destroyed in a soccer accident and fractured 6 bones and everything. And he said he learned more about his condition and what to expect when by consulting ChatGPT than he did from the medical, anyone taking care of him medically. So I think it is going. That's what I love. I mentioned.
Oh, Starlink Mini has been around
to be doing this kind of research.
And I think there's huge opportunity
Mm-hmm.
in healthcare. With
Well, you can buy it on like Walmart. Starlink Mini. Starlink Mini.
Connected, where there's so much information and so many treatments, and then you have doctors who fundamentally are not good at technology, and so my doctor still uses paper files, and I'm like, what are you doing, buddy? You know, he's like, when am I supposed to change this? And I'm like, one day you just got to do it. You know. So I think that's probably one of the greatest opportunities for investors right now is how will healthcare, because the demand for healthcare, that is not changing.
No.
And that's getting heavier and heavier as my parents and our parents get older and older. And it's almost like there's this backup in the hospital for so much services. And so I think that's one of the greatest opportunities for investors.
Yeah.
Is how do we implement technology?
It is, it's an interesting area of investing too, because tech investors don't love healthcare. VCs, they don't like healthcare. There's regulation, there's reimbursement, there's all kinds of their privacy, there's all kinds of friction. And healthcare investors haven't been crazy about technology because they like to move fast and break things. And so, watching for the companies that are going to bring these two things together, I think is going to be one of the most exciting opportunities we're going to find out there.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I like Oracle, because they own Cerner and they have all this expertise with AI and data, and so they've got the data there too.
And what happened with the face accident? That sounds terrible.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Is he okay?
Yeah, he's fine. He's fine now. He's still having trouble chewing, but.
Thank you for letting me know about the imposter
There's
playful
a
villain.
therapy aspect to that, though, being able to get your answers
Oh,
and
yeah.
comfort from it. So,
It's a lot better than searching too. Remember when you search,
Absolutely.
you find all these horrific
Scary
things.
stories.
Yeah. And it was like the person whose arm fell off by accident. You're like, why did I search this? This did not make me feel better.
Right.
And you have a totally opposite reaction when you start using chat.
Oh,
where
of course.
There's some like intelligence behind what it's
Right.
sending you.
Yeah, I mean, we had one of the triplets almost died when she was born in an emergency C-section, and she had a blockage in her intestine which leaked out and caused her to basically swell up, and she could have gone septic any second. We went through this. She's alive and well now.
Yeah.
But we went through this mental anguish and trauma for just, frankly, 2 months until she was done with her 3 surgeries.
Wow.
And we were on and utilizing GPT on a daily basis because doctors were telling us a child that presents with meconium ileus is going to have cystic fibrosis.
Dr. Arnade, I'm going to
Cystic
send you your
fibrosis
ZACK.
for life. And we said, how is that possible? We were genetically tested. We don't have CF. Doctors, no. The children don't present with this without CF. And so we're using GPT to find studies and research about children who can actually present.
Oh no, it was
without
10,000,
cystic
Zach,
fibrosis.
right? Sorry.
And that we had these tests, and the comfort that gave us for the 6 weeks or 8 weeks that we were waiting was crucial just for our sanity, because the fear and just the tears and the emotion, it still makes me emotional thinking about it. While at the same time I have doctors telling me to our
There, 10,000 Zach sent.
That's crazy.
They were wrong.
They were wrong.
I sent you 8 and
Once
2.
again, I think there's so much opportunity to improve our healthcare system with this.
I think many people are just the last thing. I used to make this analogy. You know, the Mad Men days, 1960s with advertising. You know,
Kevin was born in the 90s.
Stop. The saying back then was, I know that half of my advertising works, I just don't know which half. And now we can. I think it's worse in healthcare. I honestly think, and it's not the fault of doctors necessarily. They didn't have the science or knowledge because we couldn't sequence the genome. It was prohibitively expensive. Now we have the knowledge, and I think we waste more than half of our healthcare dollars because our society's so litigious, and doctors fear being sued. So too many surgeries, too much medicine, and I think that's going to change radically, and we're going to take more of healthcare into our own hands. And I'm going to give
there's a lot of shady stuff too. Like my kid had his.
Where's my McDoubling, Mr. Eddie Morris? Mr. Eddie Morris? Well,
Trump, UPS revenues, they've been down, not growth rate lower, but revenues actually falling. 3M
issues.
Company reports, and we have exposure to China. Europe has exposure to China. I think company reports differing well. It's just not.
I mean, I think once again, you're talking about a lot of indicators that are indicative of the future of where the economy's heading, which is no question slowing.
No, I'm talking about now.
You know, I mean, I just the world I live in. I can't get a reservation anywhere. Everything's booked. There's the biggest travel 4th of July in the history of humans is coming up. So people are traveling and they're spending money. I invest in MGM hotels here. The numbers are 97% occupancy rates with the highest room rates. Every income and economic level, every race, every background, and every country. It's one of the most diverse places on earth. When it's been collected and it's now hindsight. So what we're really trying to say is what's happening moving forward, and the way we do that is by looking at things like what people are actually doing tonight.
So I do that every quarterly report about the economy, even if we're not invested in them. They're not doing well, except for the exalted few.
I think as we discussed earlier, I think a lot of small companies are under a lot more financial pressure than mid and large-sized companies. But I run a company that's growing and doing phenomenally well, and we work with lots of small businesses that are doing great.
Okay, moving on to another one. Dell? No Dell.
Are you a value investor?
No, not necessarily.
Well, I often say if you give us 5 years, we're a deep value manager.
What do you say to that?
I think value, there's intrinsic value the way Kathy sees it, and she could be 100% correct. I think several of her stocks we own and have tremendous opportunities, and I think the way Kathy looks at the world is very innovative and very futuristic, and I think there's a lot of opportunity when you think that way. I think a lot of investors spend too much time looking at numbers and PE ratios.
You got it, Dr. Arnane?
Thinking about the future, which is what I think ARK does. So I think that markets are difficult.
And I'm not joking. If he doubles any of my previous payments,
growth that we're seeing today. Even NVIDIA trades at 35 forward multiple, which I don't consider a crazy number.
Unless there's a cyclical downturn.
Unless something is, we look for the companies that have the growth rate at the lowest cost for that growth, where a company like Dell with a very low forward PE and a very high potential growth rate in the next 5 years is very attractive to us, like a Dell and an Oracle, for example. But we also own ASML, Tesla, NVIDIA, Microsoft, which also have higher valuations.
Very well. So now what we're going to do is we're going to open up to some questions from you all. I actually think it would be great if we had both of you here. We've got about 10 minutes or so. And who has a question? Please come up to the microphone.
Mr. Ross, Mr. Gerber, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I had a question. I was wondering if either of you were familiar with the new book by Robert Pearl called ChatGPT MD, and regarding AI implementation in medical services.
I can talk about, I haven't read the book, maybe our analyst has. in drug discovery, ChatGPT is creating tremendous opportunities. We're learning things that human beings just hadn't even thought of before. And so it's kind of shaking up that world, which is very exciting. We think that AI, we think, is going to shorten the time between, discovery and development, and so trials, fewer failures. So we think that, and the reason we keep loading up on these multi-omic names is the convergence between DNA sequencing, which I described earlier, artificial intelligence, and some of these new therapies like CRISPR gene editing are going to create an explosion in new therapies, and actual cures. So,
what companies do you like the most in this area?
In
AI and medicine and like
well, all
genetics.
of them are harnessing AI. They have to be, right?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, especially the genetic.
I reposted. Make Eddie.
Our largest
go to my post.
Intellia, which is also in the gene editing space. Those are 3 important ones. But have you read the book?
Services directly to patients.
Oh,
and
that
medical
makes
records.
sense. Oh, well, our chief futurist, Brett Winton, half of his face was about his condition and what to expect when by consulting ChatGPT than he did from the medical, anyone taking care of him medically.
Wow.
So I think it is going. That's what I love. I mentioned earlier, young people, they're going.
Let me listen to the
do
clip.
This kind of research.
True, but I haven't received my question. Where's my McDonald's, Eddie?
Like, I'm talking about a group of people that has data all over the place that isn't connected, where there's so much information and so many treatments, and then you have doctors who fundamentally are not. Am I supposed to change how get older and older, and it's almost like there's this backup in the hospital for so much services, and so I think that's one of the greatest opportunities for investors.
Yeah.
Is how do we implement technology?
It is, it's an interesting area of investing too, because tech investors don't love healthcare. VCs, they don't like healthcare. There's regulation, there's reimbursement, there's all kinds of their privacy, there's all kinds of friction. And healthcare, watching for the companies that are going to bring these two things together, I think is going to be one of the most exciting opportunities.
And what happened with the face accident? That sounds terrible.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Is he okay?
Yeah, he's fine. He's fine now.
Comfort from it. So
scary stories.
Yeah. And it was like the person whose arm fell off by accident. They're like, why did I search this? This did not make me feel better.
Right.
And you
basically swell up and could have gone septic any second. We went through this. Frankly, 2 months until she was done with her 3 surgeries.
Wow.
Yeah, the clip thing on Twitch is nice too.
And utilizing GPT
Yep,
on a
like,
daily basis.
I'm pretty sure
Cystic fibrosis the rest
platforms.
of their life. And we said
Eventually, I guess.
possible. We were genetically tested. We don't have CF. Doctors, no. Children don't present with this without CF. And so we're using GPT to find studies and research about children who can actually present without cystic fibrosis. And that we had these tests, and the comfort that gave us for the 6 weeks.
I know that half of my advertising works. I just don't know which half. and now we can. I think it's worse in health knowledge because we couldn't sequence the genome. It was prohibitively expensive. Now we have the knowledge, and we're going. I think so too many surgeries, too much medicine. And I think that's going to change radically, and we're going to take more of healthcare.
X-ray, and it charged us $50. But when I looked at the bill thing, I said, the doctor charged $20,000.
So the reason
and we said,
convinced then President Trump to push through this what the heck?
What happened? What
Exactly.
happened? And it's craziness because literally it was an X-ray. There was nothing even wrong. You want to see a doctor look uncomfortable is before he does something, you say, how much does this cost?
Yes.
And then they don't know actually, which is crazy.
Yes.
Did I read right that
My designer doesn't know how much things cost either.
That Trump might consider Art Laffer for the Fed?
But he would never do it.
Okay.
First of all, he's 83 years old, going to be 84.
Hey, that doesn't stop anybody.
No, it doesn't. No.
Young, that's young.
No. What
Very well. So now what we're going
I think that, and the reason we keep loading up on these multi-omic names is the convergence between DNA sequencing, which I described earlier, artificial intelligence, and some of these new therapies like CRISPR gene editing are going to create an explosion in new therapies, and actual cures. So,
what companies do you like the most in this area? In medicine and like
well, all
genetics.
of them are harnessing AI. They have to be, right?
Yeah, I mean, for
in
sure,
terms of their
especially the
research.
genetic companies where you have so much data.
Right. So, yeah, our largest holding is CRISPR, also in the gene editing space. Those are three important ones. But have you read the book?
Yeah, it was a very good book. It was a little more focused on ChatGPT.
Entering text into the input field will update the search result below.
Oh, that makes sense. Oh, well, our chief futurist, Brett Winton, half of his face was just learned more about his condition and what to expect when by consulting ChatGPT. I think it is going, that's what I love. I mentioned earlier, young people, they're going to be doing this kind of research.
And I think there's huge files, and I like, what are you doing, buddy? He's like, when am I?
Zach is dipping.
Like, one day you just got to do it.
I can save it.
Love healthcare. VCs, they don't like healthcare. There's regulation, there's reimbursement, there's all kinds of their privacy, there's all kinds of friction. And healthcare investors haven't been crazy about technology. I think is going to be one of the most exciting opportunities we're going to find out there.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I like Oracle, because they own CERN.
That sounds terrible.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Is he okay?
Yeah, he's fine. He's fine now. He's still having trouble chewing, but
Tell him I wish that's searching too. Remember when you search,
absolutely
you find all these horrific,
scary stories.
Yeah. And it was like the person whose arm fell off by accident. Like there's some like intelligence behind what it's sending you.
Yeah, I mean, we had one of the triplets almost died when she was born in an emergency C-section, and we went through this. She's alive and well now.
Yeah.
But we went through this, and we were on and utilizing GPT on a daily basis because doctors were telling us, a child, how is that possible? So we're using comfort that gave us for the 6 weeks or 8 weeks that we were waiting was crucial just for our sanity, because the fear and just the tears and the emotion, it still makes me emotional thinking about it. While at the same time I have doctors telling me to our face, oh no, she's gonna have CF.
That's crazy.
They were wrong.
They were wrong.
I mean, once again, I think there's so much opportunity to improve our healthcare system with this. Yeah.
I think many people are just the last thing. I used to make this analogy. You know, the Mad Men days, 1960s with advertising.
Kevin was born in the 90s.
Stop.
The saying back then was, I know that half of my advertising works, I just don't know which half. and now we can. I think it's worse in healthcare. I honestly think, and it's not the fault of prohibitively expensive. Now we have the knowledge, and I think we waste more than half of our healthcare dollars because and I think that's going to change radically, and we're going to take more of healthcare into our own hands. And I'm going to give
there's a lot of shady stuff too. Like my kid had his ankle looked at, and they charged $20,000 for the X-ray, and it charged us $50. But when I looked at the bill, they're like, oh.
Then President Trump, to push through this transparency in hospital pricing, they are now forced to put down what everything costs, and people like you are saying, what the heck?
What happened?
Exactly.
And it's craziness, because literally it was an X-ray. There was nothing even wrong with them. And I think this transparency, so I tell my wife when she goes to the doctor to ask how much something costs.
Yes.
If you really want to see a doctor look uncomfortable, is before he does something, you say, how much does this cost?
Yes.
And then they don't know, actually,
Yeah,
which is
yeah.
crazy.
Yes.
Did I read right that
My designer doesn't. Hey, that doesn't stop
No,
anybody.
no, it doesn't. No.
That's young, that's young.
No, he off the gold window and he said, I'm never doing that again. I'm never going to be a paid government employee because I want to be able to say what I think.
100%.
Love that. Great question. All right, let's go to the next one.
I gotta run.
Yeah,
gotta catch
please
my
take
plane.
off. Thank you. Thank you for being
wanted
here.
to stay and
Okay.
you know, as long as I could.
So I guess we're not having
Thank
drinks
you,
today.
Ross.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Next time maybe we should be more organized. But that.
Oh.
Go with that guy. No fund, the ARC Innovation Fund, those ETFs. Not the worst either. Hey, Kitty. Germany now has under 285 million left.
Any eyes on us? Hey guys, I'm
changing lives, about changing brains, changing waves, about changing lanes. My bangs, my woman brains, changing waves, about changing lanes, changing lives, about changing brains, changing waves, about changing lanes. Idols died, gave me the fame. Changing waves, not changing lanes.
Didn't choose where I'm born. Didn't rain on your streets. I don't know who you came for, but it wasn't me. Soldier on the road. Did they promise you gold? Do you think that you're aiming that gun that you hold? Hey, watched him balls bursting in air. Long live the billionaire. Ashes fall down on my head. Long live the eagle in the sky. Are you just flying by? Did you come here to save me or bury me alive? Soldier in the road. Tell me, what were you told? With your face in the sand and your mama don't know. Hey, watched him balls bursting in air. Long live the billionaire. Ashes fall down on my head. Long live the
An hour of earth-shaking hair radio.
Ya se fue la manguereña, gorosito de mangue. Anoche yo tuve un sueño y en el sueño parecía que tú
I'm with you. Don't matter where we go as long as I'm with you. Don't matter where we go as long as I'm with you. Don't matter where we go as long as I'm with you. Let's go out tonight and see the city. Don't matter where we go as long as I'm with you. Let's go out tonight. Don't matter where we go as long as I'm with you. Let's go out
So great.
All night long and the party don't stop. Rollin', rock and rollin', rollin' little and it's your birthday groove on the rhythm bitch. Rollin' the rhythm bitch. Rock and rollin', 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 rock and rockin', rock and rockin', rock and rockin', rock and rockin', rock and
Where are you guys? Where's Boris? Upstairs. I'm gonna go to him soon. I'll bring him down too. Hey, Silver Stars.
Tell me if it's wrong. Tell me if it's wrong, alright. I feel like giving up. You say that there's not enough. Wait, say that I adore you.
Tomorrow. Chat before. Why isn't it working? Oh, I need to do them one by one. Kill that. Okay. Palantir GPT. Kill it.
We're not seeing that situation. Another way
It's approaching that time. Let's begin.
Yay.
Can you handle it? Let's begin. Begin.
Boris' birthday is in November. Yeah, really good day so far. A really good thing.
Let's begin. Let's begin. Let's begin.
The utility of Palantir GPT, you mean?
Tell me, can you handle it? Can you handle when the DJ makes you lose your shit? Got the feeling, got the notion that you're vibe to this, and it's approaching that time, so let's begin now. Tell me, can you handle it? Can you handle when the DJ makes you lose your shit? Got the feeling, got the notion that you're vibe to this.
Great.
Let's begin. Let's begin.
We are creating my Palantir GPT.
It's approaching that time. Let's begin.
X. What?
Exploring Palantir Foundry, powering data integration and analysis.
Given you? Since
I don't have direct access to
How do I make it use? Oh, okay, I'm here. All answers must be based on the use all the files I have update. Oh, yeah, we're updating my Palantir GPT now. Let's see.
to craft a comprehensive article on Palantir's Foundry platform as a financial analyst. Unveiling Palantir's
Give
Foundry
it some
platform,
time to
a
see what
comprehensive
it
financial
tries.
analysis. Introduction. Palantir Technologies, renowned for its pioneering advancements in data analytics, stands at the forefront of transforming industries through its innovative software solutions. Central to Palantir's portfolio is Foundry, a robust
Can we make it even
platform.
longer?
Certainly. Expanding the article to 20,000 words will allow for a deeper exploration of Palantir's Foundry platform from various angles, incorporating more detailed effort. And it
So
will guide
it
you
can't
through
write
each
a
section,
20,000
ensuring
word
comprehensive
article. It's
coverage
too
of
long.
Palantir's Foundry
Let's
platform
see,
from a
can you
financial
do
analyst.
15,000 words?
Certainly. Here's a detailed outline for a 15,000-word article on Palantir's Foundry platform. Unveiling Palantir's Foundry platform, a comprehensive financial analysis. Table of contents. Introduction. Overview of Palantir Technologies and its Foundry platform. Importance of Foundry in Palantir's strategic vision. Understanding Palantir Foundry. Foundry's architecture and Foundry with traditional data analytics platforms. Financial performance and impact. Revenue.
Nice. Look at that.
You are incomplete. You were there for me. You were all
Strategic outlook.
The GPT.
To Crite, Loras Kansara, we dropped some incredible music this year on Sasumi Cartel and Criteria, and it wouldn't have been possible without the amazing is listening.
Certainly.
And we are constantly hunting and signing new artists.
Here's
to
a
our
detailed section
ever-expanding
integrating
global
financial analysis
family.
specific to
Okay,
Palantir's
back into
Foundry
it, and
platform.
this is Ivan
4. Financial metrics from reliable sources.
How is it called? Notebook. What note? Which notebook? Hey, seduction. Ah, malag. They're arguing about airlines now on CNBC. Huh. Bitcoin is still struggling. And as I said, from mid-July, and we're getting to mid-July onwards, I think crypto is in a good place to rally. Let's see if I'm right. Potato cream. Oh, nice. Potato cream soup, sorry. Lentil and potato cream, that's it. Yeah, let me...
Into gold.
Tonight on Frontline, episode 1 of a special 4-hour investigation.
You created the mess we're in, and now you're saying, sorry, trust us.
As much as $50 billion each.
Inside the financial crisis.
Wall Street got bailed out, and Main Street did.
How did we get here?
Other banks have taken these ideas and applying them in ways that they'd never expected. Once the seed was planted, there wasn't any stopping it.
We never met. They were just taking the risk. And it came right back like a boomerang.
It turned into a Frankenstein monster.
Money, Power, and Wall Street, episode 1, tonight on Frontline. Every day, tens of thousands of workers make their way to Wall Street. They work for banks, brokerages, hedge funds, insurance companies, and mortgage lenders. It is the largest single sector of the American economy, an industry that is almost at global reach. It is the industry that led America and the world into its worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. The banks say they exist to create wealth, holding in trust our collective worth, promising to invest the trillions of dollars that stream in from businesses, pension funds, and savings. One more. The recession had destroyed $11 trillion of Americans' net worth. A recovery seemed far off. Occupy Wall Street wanted bankers held responsible.
Most Americans think, and with good reason, that Wall Street got bailed out and Main Street didn't. We have very high unemployment. A lot of them don't have jobs. Their kids are graduating from college and are moving back in.
It is pretty clear, actually, that there was massive illegality going on. And if somebody with subpoena power was intent on prosecuting that, I don't think there's really much doubt that they would be quite successful in criminal prosecutions.
Occupy demonstrations spread to scores of cities across America and the world, calling for radical changes in the banking system.
And we all paid for them, including, and it led to the economic crisis.
But what makes people upset is that, I mean, a lot of the people that are on the streets demonstrating by Wall Street, is that the economy hasn't recovered, but banks have.
If you want a strong economy, you have to have financial services companies that are safe and sound and able to lend and able to finance their customers. Now, if you want to have a recession, then go ahead and hammer the banks and make sure that they fail, because then you'll have another recession.
Do you understand why they're angry? Do you have any comment, Mr. Blankfein? Can we ask you a question, sir? Can you give the American people an accounting of how you spent their money? And do you understand why it is they're angry at bankers? Do you have any regrets about the way you spent the taxpayers' money?
Since the meltdown of 2008, there have been dozens of hearings.
We regret that people have lost money. And whatever we did, whatever the standards of the time were, it didn't work out well.
I would like to ask your opinion of the role that over-the-counter derivatives.
Many
caused the crisis, and how did we get where we are? It's difficult to understand, even for professionals.
I'm not sure I understand that point. Missed, that home prices don't go up forever. What is a synthetic CDO?
CDO is a pool of assets.
I think finance may have gotten too complicated for anyone to understand.
Data pools of mortgage.
And that the managers of these large financial institutions in some ways have been given an impossible task, that they won't be able to comprehend what it is their institutions are doing. And that is really, really scary.
You created the mess we're in, and now you're saying, sorry, trust us. You created CDOs, you created credit default swaps that never...
It's hard to pinpoint the origins of America 1994 for a group of young bankers from J.P. Morgan. At the time, it all seemed innocent enough.
Boca Raton was a gathering of people that were part of the global innovative people together in a room to discuss a whole variety of different topics.
And since they were young, mostly in their 20s, and since there was plenty of money turning around and they were full of high spirits, they did this at conferences.
I don't even recognize.
Yes, I went into the pool, fully clothed.
They were striving to address an age-old problem in banking: how to reduce risk.
Enable financial institutions to pass risk between them. One way to do that was to sell loans. Another way, though, was to separate out the risk of a loan going bad from the loan itself. And out of that came this drive to develop credit default swaps.
Credit default swaps, a kind of derivative that ensures a lesser value of something. For hundreds of years, farmers have traded derivatives to protect them.
Oh yeah, I forgot to pause music. Sorry, guys.
Themselves against fluctuating crop prices. It is this type of derivative that has been traded on the Commodities Exchange in Chicago, along with the futures of fuels, currencies, and precious metals. In Boca Raton, the J.P. Morgan team realized that they could use credit derivatives to trade their loan risks.
Bankers borrowed one set of ideas that had been developed in the commodities market and applied it to loans for the first time. This idea was essentially created under the banner of making the financial...
Exxon was the client of the bank, and we had credit exposure associated with that relationship.
The Exxon Valdez spewed almost 11 million gallons of oil into Prince William.
In the wake of the Exxon Valdez oil spill and a rash of lawsuits,
Returned a 5-count indictment.
Exxon took out a multi-billion-dollar letter of credit with J.P. Morgan.
A sweeping blow for big business. A letter of credit creates credit risk. If Exxon were to fail on that, it was a large amount of exposure, and there was a significant amount of risk associated with that.
And that risk is a big drain on a bank.
Every time a bank makes a loan, under banking regulations, they're required to set aside certain reserves of capital for the loan. So JP Morgan, when they made the loan to Exxon, would have had to set aside some capital.
JP Morgan has to hold certain capital relative to the size of that loan in the event the loan is not paid off at 100% as you expect. Well, of course, if you don't have to do that and you're a bank, you'd prefer not to do that.
Looking at who could take on their loan risk and free up JP Morgan's capital. She found a taker in London. The European bank.
Compensation
We're still listening
JP
to
Morgan
the.
for taking on or assuming credit risk, and felt that that was a good risk-reward proposition. And so risk was essentially dispersed. And why did JP Morgan do that? Because we wanted to free up our capacity to do more business.
This was a major financial innovation. Credit derivatives made it possible for a bank to skirt capital requirements.
And that's what.
Can you type 1, please?
The Exxon deal was just the beginning, demonstrating that risk could be offloaded and capital freed up. JP Morgan had struck.
Part of my job was to come in as a trader and to build a credit derivative trading book, including all the risk management.
Written credit swaps on single companies like Exxon. Duyan was asked to write swaps on bundles of debt.
The idea was, let's put
306 corporate names on JP Morgan's books.
And that list of 306 entities, they were very highly rated. They
did a lot of due diligence to assemble this portfolio of loans. And you can get it in one easy, bite-sized piece.
And the bank facilitated this by slicing up the portfolio into different risk levels or tranches. Investors could choose how much risk they were willing to take.
Different investors wanted different levels of risk. There were some investors that wanted to earn a big return.
To expand their business even further.
So along comes this idea. What if we could create a market where people were able to buy and sell freely?
These products came to be known as synthetic collateralized debt obligations, synthetic CDOs.
There were investors
a credit default swap
by investing in a credit default swap because it was a name that they hadn't previously had access to. So
Hey,
there was a lot of
Let's do it quick.
a lot of very positive